Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How is everyone doing? Welcome, make yourself comfortable. How are you? I'm doing great. How are you? I'm doing a lot better. I've gradually been getting better since Monday, Tuesday. I'm almost in a normal like schedule again and everything. It's like it's yeah. It's getting a lot better. Can we warm up today? Yeah, we will. We will return to the completely normal streaming times and everything now. So like, yeah, I woke up and I went to bed at a normal time yesterday. I woke up at a relatively normal time today, and we're gonna return to full on normal schedule now. So yeah, 4 days of recovery, Monka W. I mean, yeah, it was a very stressful weekend, but I it was worth it after all. So we're not complaining. No 24-hour stream, no 24-hour stream. No, not today. Not today. Okay. Um, we have a few things to do today. There's a few news. There's a few things I want to do. Like I said, we're doing tier lists today. Like I announced yesterday. First up, we return to normal warm up though. Just think circular at one, yeah. Imagine doing all that to get third. I mean, it would have sucked, yeah, but I'm pretty sure that it would have still been worth it, you know, because it was still one hell of an experience. Like the content, I didn't expect the content to turn out so well, you know. Like I thought like I was gonna have less viewers than normally because I wasn't gonna be talking, but it turns out it was still pretty hype, so it would have been fine either way. But yeah, luckily we don't have to worry about it. All right, let's guess some cards. Turns out you had the most views for Master Duel since like release. You mean for my channel? Yeah. Or does that include like in general? There's no way in general, right? Yeah? How? Don't you have more? Anyways, we need to guess some cards. Is that tryhard? No, it's not. Skull. What do you mean skull? Oh, Saryuja Skull Dread. Oh. Who calls Saryuja Skull Dread skull? No shot. The hell is that? Why would you call it skull? Is this? I know this one. This is the vanilla. Yes, this. That Minerva? No. Oh, it's Ether. Uh, wait. Heavenly Monarch. I think this is Trickstar or Arrow Mage. Arrow Mage. He's called Divine Knight. This thing, yes. Oh, come on. Give me the number. Which number is it? 102. Never seen that before. Gishki, but I don't know. Is that Emilia? I'm gonna try Gishki Emilia if it's not that. Noelia? Gishki Noelia. Okay, how do you know that? Literally, I have no idea. In my head, all the Gishkis, except for the ones that you actually play, I have no idea. Rada? Okay, fair enough. This is Dynamist. Is it Charge? Charge is like the one Dynamist spell trap that I can think of, so luckily it was that. Oh, that's this dog. Ah, what's this called? Is it Chain Dog? It's not Chain Dog, is it? No. Guard Dog, yeah. Scrounging Goblin. Getting Goki vibes. Never mind. Is that Warm Apocalypse? Yeah. I've seen this, but I don't know what it's called. So I think it's a pendulum. Is it? Maybe not. Launcher Commander. Tell me you're a Cyberse monster without telling me you're a Cyberse monster. This Charmer support. Yeah. Okay, this is the bird from pre-prep and stuff like that. But urgent ritual art, you say? Urgent ritual art. You are right. I would have not known that. Trap Tricks. Oh, that's Trap Tricks. I think that's Jin Lizea. Or whatever it's called. That one, yeah. Chopper. Looks kind of sick. I haven't seen that before. It's something cicada. Yes, this. Luckily, there's not that many cicadas. He a little Fur Hire guy. I think it's Philo. Yeah. Wait, what is this called? Is this just reinforcements? Yeah. Okay. Lubellion, right? Yeah. Oh, nah. Nah. Oh, nah. Oh, it's Valent, dude. I have no idea which one. Oh, surely it's some Valence, right? Yeah. Ugh. Oh, I've seen this before. It's like some stone monolith energy absorbing. That's the one. Oh, I know this one as well. Oh, I've seen this. It's like a super rare from back in the day. Muko? Muko. Yeah, it had. I knew it had some weird, just one word name. It's a Goki, but not one of the ones you used to play. I don't think it was out yet. This I've never seen before. Burning Draw. I've heard of this card before. I think I've looked at it. Ah, the virtual world. Yes. This the gate. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's full armor master, is it not? Yeah. Well, we only get 2 points for that, but which blue eyes is it? Is it solid dragon? No. Deep eyes? Deep eyes? White dragon. No, it's not. Abyss dragon? Abyss dragon. Thighs dragon. Okay. Here, Shadol Wendy. Yeah. It's some Evo. I don't know if it's Evo Singularity or Evo whatever. Evo branch. Yeah. Oh, this one I've seen. Oh, I know this one. Oh, God. It has a weird name as well. Yes. Yeah. I would have not guessed that, but I've definitely seen that one. Oh, Red Eyes Inside. I know that from Duel Links. Ujin. That's all I have. It's not even that. Oh my god. That's not a Bujin? Holy shit. The little dragon. The little vanilla dragon. I don't know what it's called. Fairy dragon. Who that? Okay. Is that pole position? Yeah. I know who it is, but I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. I've seen it. Haniba. Okay. No, it's one. It's two. God damn it. I thought it was one. This is Atlantis, right? No, Atlantis. Atlantis. Ah. Okay. Wait. I can't mess this one up. It's Canada, right? There's no wait. Yeah, okay. that would have been bad. This is Elder. This is a contract, I think. Contract with the Swamp King? Nah? Really? Or Forbidden Dark, maybe? Oh, okay. It was just the other one. Ah, my favorite Kappa. Oh, okay. Well, armored Kappa. Never mind. Majestic Star Dragon? Majestic Red Dragon? Yeah, one of those. Nah, not one of those again. Who is that? Oh, it's Clausulus. Mistbird Clausulus, yeah. Oh shit, it's a Vernusyphilis. I think that's Awakening for no? Wait, which one is it then? Thawing Mountains. Vernu, what? I love Pag. This is Drill Synchron, I think. Yeah. This is some Koikimiru, but I nearly know no card. Don't worry, this is hard. There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Also, and a lot of them I also only know because someone in chat posts it. Like, this is Megalith something. I just clicked that for a guess. Ok. That does not exist. Ok. Ok. It's another Koakimiru, but I don't know what it's called. I think it's what he's also one of the ones that negates. Is it the one that negates spells? No. Sandman negates traps. Guardian negates monsters. Is it the one that negates spells? Maybe it is. Oh, the wall negates spells, right? Okay, this is Libromancer. It's Doombroker. Holy shit, the quality on this image is garbo. All right, well. Meh round today. It's okay. It's okay. After this weekend, we can allow ourselves to be mediocre at card guesser. 636 is not that bad. We haven't practiced in a while, so it's fine. Yeah. We're just out of practice. We're out of practice, chat. It happens. Do we play some games today? We'll see. Probably later, yeah. Good luck with the YG Orlo. That does not sound good. Okay, we have a high level Dark Warrior from back in the day. Did you qualify for Master Duel Worlds? Yeah, I did. Speaking of Libros, are they good in Master Duel? If they are they already out? Yeah, they are, right? I don't think so. Dark Lord Zerato. Well, it has low defense and higher attacks, so I don't think Zerato. I don't think is. First of all, it's a fairy, so yeah. Dark General Freed. Dark General Freed has too high defense, but I'm still gonna do it to narrow down the year a bit more. It's even older. There's like this old Shogun. Nah, high defense. High defense. I could still take it just to narrow down year. Oh! 2004, dude. Level 6 Dark Warrior effect monster from 2004. Some hero? Heroes are not from 2004. Fiend Mega Cyber. Is that a warrior? Oh, it is. It's 2002 though. Dark Lucius? Are those warriors? No, they're fiends. They're also not dark. Dasher? Dude, there's no way heroes are from GX. Heroes are from GX, not from pre, like, I think the earliest heroes are 2006. Right? A Gaia variant? I don't think Gaia had an archetype that early. Like, Gaia, I don't think Gaia became an archetype that early. There's like Swift Gaia, but that's levels. They're all level 7 from back in the day. Okay, someone in chat got it. I've seen this before. It was a super rare in Soul of Destiny, I think is what it's called. Is it? Yeah. I've seen it before. I don't think I would have gotten it. I don't think I would have gotten this one by my own or on my own, but it's I've seen it before for sure. If this card battles a light monster, this card gains 1,000 attack during damage step only. Broken against light decks, dude. Side against Blue Eyes. Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, right. You know what's funny? This card came out in 2004, and I believe at that time Blue Eyes might have actually been like meta relevant. So it could actually have been their idea to like make a 1 tribute monster that beats specifically Blue Eyes, and maybe that's the story of how this card was created. Maybe they were like, we need to create a counter to Blue Eyes, you know? But Zaborg was already out. Okay, don't ruin my my little fun fact, okay? You're making my fun fact significantly less fun by saying that Zaborg was already out, okay? What if they have 2 Blue Eyes? One Zaborg is not gonna cut it. They murdered my boy Mathmech Circular. Let me tell you, if you consider Mathmech Circular your boy, you have other issues. You have other issues, my friend. All right. The warm-up has been done. Maximus, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. The warm-up is done. We have some things to talk about for today. We're going to be covering Master Duel and TCG today, a little bit of both worlds, because there is exciting stuff happening in both worlds right now. And also, in my opinion, some bad news for Master Duel. Which I'm going to elaborate a little bit more further, like, later. First up, we have confirmation of the next pack. I think it's also already in-game, the news. Hold up. A new selection pack is here. Wait, it's here already? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Or is it? Let me switch to Master Duel real quick. I was confused because it says the new selection pack is here, but it's available 8th of June, so in a week, not immediately here. I was confused by the title. E-Priest, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Climax of the showdown. The info we have as of now is Ultra Rare Bystial Lubellion, Ultra Rare Grand Guignol the Dusk Dragon, Ultra Rare Tri-Brigade Arms Bucephalus, Ultra Rare Gigantic Champion Sargass, and Ultra Rare Abyss Actor. Foyomi, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. 7 months. Long time. Thank you. So, those are some exciting news because it means we finally get Bystials. Also, the following selection pack will not be available after June 8th, 4:59. I don't know which time zone that even is in, but Blessings of Nature, which is, I think, the Ishizu and Tierlament and Vernusylph selection pack, will not be available anymore. So if you want any of the cards out of that, if you're still looking for any of the cards out of that pack, you should be getting those before June 8th, because after that you're probably gonna have to craft them because you don't have a good place to pull them, right? At least for like let me quickly double check. Blessings of Nature, let me see what I have. Yeah, it's like, if you're like, the thing is, you probably already have your Tierlament stuff. And if you don't have it, then you probably don't want, then it's probably because you don't want to play it. So if, you know, for Tierlament, it's not as relevant. But I could definitely see people like wanting to play Vernusylphs and not having them yet. Like for example, I'm considering just getting a couple more packs to try and pull the other Vernusylphs, but I'm not sure. Anyways, that pack is going to be gone, and we get a new pack bringing the Bystials to the game. I don't know if it says it. Hold up. Does it say it in that notification that the Bystials will already be limited? Because I heard that earlier. Where does it say that? It doesn't say that here. I think here maybe? Oh yeah, here. Some people are confused by this because this was not included in the ban list they dropped like just a couple days ago, right? They did a ban list update with like the Ishizus to 1 and whatever. They basically give us another update right now, limiting Druis Worm and Magnamute. I'm split on this. Some people in chat right now seem to really hate that. I personally think it's okay, to be honest with you, because I think Bystial Magnamute is absolutely a card that deserves to be limited. I think it's fine. I don't know about Druis Worm, honestly. I feel like Magnamute would have been sufficient for the first release, but I'm going to be honest with you, those cards are incredibly powerful, and at the end of the day, I think it's okay that they do this. The thing is, for Master Duel, it's really not going to be that big of a deal, because I assume we're getting these together with Bystial Baldrake. Like, I think they're going to release all of them at the same time, which means that Bystial Baldrake is probably going to be out. That's just an assumption. I don't know that, actually. But I'm looking forward to the first thing that we're going to do when this comes out in a week. You know the first deck you know exactly the first deck we're playing. Right? You already know that. So we're going to be playing some Bystial, Synchro, Spright, whatever pile. I'm looking forward to that. Of course, I wish we would have 3 Magnamute, 3 Druis Worm for that. That'd be so much more pog, but I see where they're coming from. I think it's probably fine that they did that, right? Probably fine. And I think with that, Bystials entering into the game and the other Forbidden and Limited list changes, I think we're finally going to see some mix-up to the metagame in terms of Ishizu tier taking a little bit of a nudge on the head, you know, and Bystials being released. I think there's a solid chance that we get more playable decks other than Ishizu tier with those changes, I think. Another change that I want to talk about that's honestly, for me personally, it was more exciting. It was more exciting than anything else, is that we have a new rank in Master Duel right now. Which, I don't know if you've noticed, but there is a new rank now after Diamond. And this is at the same time, in my opinion, this is good and bad news. Let me tell you why. So, basically, they've added another rank after Diamond, and it's called the Master rank. Which is good news, right? I'm happy that I'm very happy that we get more, right? The bad news, in my opinion, and I am disappointed by that, is that it's looking like this is just another ladder where, like, it's just another Master 5 to Master 1, and then it just ends, right? And I was really hoping that we would get some form of like a ladder system or a ranking, right? Where once you hit master rank, it's not master rank 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but it's rather like a ranking ladder where you can be like top 100 masters or whatever, and you have like we have like a system there, like in Hearthstone, like in honestly any other online competitive game that I've ever seen has that, right? It's like you climb through the ranks, and at some point you make it to the top rank, and within that top rank you can compare yourself to others. That is what I was really hoping for, because it would have also made it really cool to, or it would have made it possible for future qualifiers for events to be like, yeah, top 10 of the ladder get some points or whatever. I was really hoping for that when I heard that there was going to be a master rank. Unfortunately, as of now, the master rank only goes from 5 to 1, and it's looking like it's basically the same thing as the diamond and the platinum rank and whatever, just with a new skin, basically. Now, I think we get more rewards out of this, which is the positive, right? We get more rewards because there's more ranks now. So you get a little bit more gems if you grind to the highest rank every month. No, we don't. How do we not? They moved the rewards for diamond and plat one rank up. Yeah, but there's still rewards for every rank, so they must have replaced them with something. It's not the same, chat. They moved the gems up, but it's still they didn't decrease, I think. It's extra 1k gems for the first month, but after that it's the same as before. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I see what you're saying, because you get, where do you get, if you get to the highest rank, you don't get demoted to plat, you get demoted to diamond or something. Right? Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. So if you climb from the bottom to the top, you get more gems, but once you hit master, the next season you go down to diamond, so you don't get these rewards down here anymore. So after the first month, it's going to be the same. But it's also going to be the same amount of grinding, right? As before. It doesn't actually change much, which is a bad thing, right? Like, it doesn't... Once you are in master, you drop to diamond. So in the next month, you have to grind from diamond to master. It's a few more games, because it's I think the ranks work a little differently, but in theory it's the same, right? You need to climb from diamond 5 to master 1 instead from plat 5 to diamond 1, right? It's still, you have to climb. It takes more wins, but it's the same amount of like progress, right? It's like it's 10 ranks you need to climb, just more wins in between. So it's a little bit more work, but it's essentially the same thing, right? It's essentially exactly the same thing, just that platinum rank is basically now diamond rank, and diamond rank is now master rank. So I was hoping for more. I was hoping for more when it comes to a new rank being added. I think that's kind of weird. The good thing is that it kind of drags apart the competition a little bit. Like, the people that... It's going to take more effort to initially grind your way up there, right? Which means that it theoretically should improve player quality or gameplay quality in the top ranks, because it's harder to get from the very bottom up to master, right? So, like, you're gonna have to put in more effort and be better at the game a little bit. I still I was hoping for a ranking system at some point, because we're like, how far are we into Master Duel? It's been way over a year now. It's been way over a year, and we still don't have that. But I mean, yeah, maybe it's the next thing that we get, because it really feels like after Master, just from a logical standpoint, if you have a rank that's called the Master rank, there can't really be much more than that, right? You can't just make another rank after that like is another like from 5 to 1, right? Because how are you going to call it? The next one would have to be called something like Grandmaster or King of Games or Legend, and surely that has to be the last one, right? Surely that has to be the last one. You can't make another one after that, right? It feels like no way you can do that, right? So I guess that's what it is. But I personally was disappointed by this change specifically. I think this one was something I was really hoping more. I was hoping that this was going to be the final one, and the one where we finally have a ranking / ladder system. That's what I was really hoping for. Not the case. We're still going to be playing to Master 1 this month for sure. I want to do it. Probably going to do the majority of the Master grind though after the new ban list and the next selection pack, honestly, because after the Worlds grind, I'm really not looking forward to playing even more in this current format. I feel like it's much more exciting to wait for the next selection pack. When is the ban list in effect? Are those happening at the same time? Yeah, June 8th. June 8th is when both of those changes happen. The new selection pack and the Forbidden Illimitus update and the Bystials to 1 all happens on June 8th. I think that's when we go ahead and try to make it to Master. I think that's just a lot more exciting than doing it at the start of the month this time around, in this old format, right? Master speedrun? I don't know if we do a speedrun. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just probably gonna play some decks that I like to play and like experiment with Bystials and Assault Synchron and whatever. 6 win streak to rank up? Wait, you have to win streak to rank up? Surely you're chatting. I don't think you need a 6 win streak. You just need 6 more wins than losses. Bystials kick W, 2 Bystials? I don't think it's true. I don't think you only play 2 Bystials, right? We get Baldrake too, surely. And Saronir. You never needed streaks? Well, I mean, yes, but that does not mean that it's not coming, right? That's not, because in Duel Links that was how it was. How many did you need in Duel Links to hit King of Games? Someone remind me. Was it 3 in a row or 5? I think it was 5, right? I think Duel Links had that system where at the very last rank, I don't even know what the last one was called. Was it Diamond in Duel Links? Was it called Diamond? Legend. It was Legend. In Legend, in the highest Legend rank for Duel Links, you needed 5 wins in a row to get to King of Games. And King of Games was pretty pathetic in Duel Links, honestly. I'm kind of scared that they're going to do it the same way in Master Duel. Because King of Games was just, basically just, it was over. Like, there was no ranking or anything. It was just, you were King of Games now. Nothing mattered anymore, which was kind of cringe, but I hope they do it differently in Master Duel. But yeah, this is all something for the future. But yeah. Will you practice or do some kind of scrims in team duels since it is the format for the World Championship? Those are things that I'm gonna get to once that's closer, because as of now, there's no point in speculating what the exact format is going to be, how exactly it's going to be working for the World Championships. once they hit me up with more info about that, I'm gonna prepare for that. But of course, I'm gonna do whatever I can to prepare. Right? We're gonna be practicing the exact format, because if it works like I think it will work, it's gonna be very different from everything I know. What I mean by that is, since they make us go there in teams of 3, what I'm assuming is happening, what I'm assuming is going to happen is we all have our decks, we get paired up with another team of 3, and we play 3 best of 1s. And basically, the team that wins 2 best of 1s wins the set. So it's basically a best of 3 with 3 best of 1s. That's what I'm assuming. That's, I think, what makes the most sense for what they are doing, right? Because Master Duel doesn't have side decks. Master Duel doesn't have any of that. And I think that is also the reason why they made us appear in teams of 3. Right, I think that's why they are choosing to make us go as teams of 3, is why, because they want to play 3 best of 1s. But there's a lot more questions regarding that system that need to be answered. Like, for example, can everyone play the same deck? Do we have to like play different decks? And if so, what are the rules for that? Do we have the same card pool, for example? Like, can everyone play 3 Maxis, or is it 3 Maxis total? All of those things are theoretically possible, right? They could say, hey, you can play 3. You have to play 3 of you have to play 3 different decks, or you can only play this card in one of your decks, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that, without knowing what they will do, is not something we can prepare for, right? We can't prepare for it. Also, another thing is we simply don't know. We simply don't know what exactly the card pool and ban list will be at the time of the World Championship, because the World Championship is in 2 months and 1 week. I think, like, it's this upcoming weekend in 9 weeks. So it's still a long time to go. I think there's going to be at least 1 more ban list until then in Master Duel, and probably at least 1 more selection pack, right? Do you already know who else you're bringing besides Quantal? We're still thinking about it. It hasn't been decided yet, but Kashtira Worlds? See, that is one thing. That's one thing I'm a little bit scared of. I hope it's not that. I hope it's not that. The thing is, for the chance that I do qualify for both TCG and Master Duel isn't that bad right now. Like, I mean, it's not insanely high, but there is a chance, because I am in the qualifiers for the TCG World Championship, the playoffs. I haven't fully decided. Like, the last couple times someone's asked me, which one are you going to play if you qualify for both, which one are you going to choose? I said TCG, because you can't do both. No, you can't do both, because they are on the same day. So you can't do both, no. The one thing that I was thinking about earlier is Master Duel Worlds only has 8 teams. It only has 8 teams. So theoretically, the chance that you win is a lot higher, because there's only 8 participants, basically. So it's kind of tempting. Honestly, it's kind of tempting to, even if I do qualify for the TCG, I'll have to think about it a lot. I'd have to think about it. I haven't made a decision. It's best of 1. Generally, I think I'm going to like the TCG format more. But that is a, that is a tempting thing, Would not be the same. It would not mean the same. Winning TCG Worlds would mean more to me than Master Duel. Definitely. So I don't know. It's I'll have to but honestly, out of all the problems that you need to think about, that's probably one of the better problems to think about. You know what I mean? It's like you can consider yourself happy if those are the kind of issues you're dealing with, you know? So I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about it. Anyone has won both Dragon Duel and TCG in their career? No. No. Being a champion with your team is so pog. I mean, honestly, I think if you win, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, if I win Master Duel Worlds, I will not feel sad about not going to TCG that year. Like, if you win, it's freaking hype either way, I think. I don't think that's what matters at the end of the day. Like, if you win, you win. Anyways, enough rambling. And honestly, I think that's all I have for Master Duel for today. Just talking about the news, because honestly, with all those things on the horizon, new selection pack, new ban list, Bystials coming to Master Duel at 1, new rank, all those kind of info, everything is coming up, but just not yet, right? It's just not yet. It's next week. Next week we get all those things. So I'm gonna be very excited for Master Duel next week. But this week, like, jumping into ranked right now with the old format, like, is kind of like not what I want to do. So we're gonna keep the ranked grind for next week, and instead we're hopping over to some TCG content, because the TCG honestly is also really exciting right now. The TCG, in my opinion, it's one of the most exciting I've been for the TCG in a long time, because it's just the new ban list is, I think, pretty damn hype, and one of the most based ban lists they've done in a long time. I really like it. Really feels like they have changed their approach on, like, this ban list really doesn't feel like a typical Konami ban list. And I'm pretty excited about that, because there's been a lot of things I've criticized about ban lists in the past, like doing things too late, and they've not done that. Like, I think if they did a typical, if they had done a typical TCG style ban list this time around, what we would have had was they would have cooked all the old decks, and we would have been forced to play Super Heavy Samurai and Purely. That's what their typical ban list approach would have been, let me tell you. The fact that they chose to not do that is pretty freaking hype to me. The fact that they did exactly not that is pretty cool. So you already know it's Thursday. It's funny because it's actually Thursday. But we're gonna do a tier list for the new format. That is what we're doing right now. We are talking about the decks for the upcoming format. Also, obviously, going to be a YouTube video. So, hello, YouTube. Welcome to the tier list for the upcoming TCG format. Tiers are self-explanatory. Only one thing that I want to preface before we start is that for almost every single deck here, this is a first impression, right? I have not extensively tested over 30 decks for the new ban list yet. This is a almost exclusively first impression, my opinion on those decks kind of thing. This is something that we probably will go back to at the end of the format and revisit it and see how we did in my assessment. But just that goes to say, take it with a grain of salt. And if you think I rate a deck too high or too low, don't hesitate to tell me. And especially, don't let it discourage you from testing or trying a certain deck. If you think it's got potential in this upcoming format, by all means, go ahead and try it. Go ahead and try it. And yeah. And also, if there's any decks that I'm missing here that you want my opinion on, that you think have potential, you can also leave a comment down below, and I will try to let you know what I think about the deck if I know anything about it, because there's certainly decks that I don't know anything about it. If that's the case, I'll also tell you that. But without further ado, let us begin. We'll just go one by one. I didn't order these by anything. We just go through. Gold Pride, I think, is an archetype that I've said this before when I tried Gold Pride on stream. It's an archetype that really needed a ban list to shine, to become a viable deck. However, since this current ban list, I did like the ban list. I think it made some very cool and impactful changes. It still didn't feel like a ban list that really slaughtered a lot of decks. Now, Drolan Lockbird, I predict, is going to be a less popular card in the format, as someone in chat is mentioning. That is a good thing about it. I think the deck is a solid tier 2 contender. I don't think that the current top decks have been weakened enough for the point where Gold Pride really comes in as a top meta contender, but I do think it kind of hits me as like the same tier as like other decks. Like, spoilers, I'm gonna put Sword Soul around this. I think around this level is where Gold Pride Punk is situated right now. I think it's a solid deck you can top regionals with, maybe even nationals. I don't think it's a top tier deck, but it's all right. You can play it. Almost the same, I think, applies to Mana Dome. I don't know which of the two decks is better, but Mana Dome, specifically Mana Dome Scareclaw, is the one I've played a little bit. I think has solid potential too. But that's probably it. Like, I don't think either of those two decks is going to really break into the top tier territory, but if someone really wants to play them because they like their style, I think you certainly can, right? It's not one of those where I would advise you not to play them because they are not good enough. You can definitely do that if you just want to, you know. If you're just be aware of the fact that you're playing a deck that probably is weaker than some other decks in the format, but it can definitely still do well, so that's absolutely fine. All right. The first Copium archetype, Sky Striker. Now this deck has this deck is experiencing some crazy Copium right now. Like, I looked at linkage yesterday on Card Market, and it's gone up by like 10,000 billion% or something. I have thought about it. I don't think Sky Striker is that great. I'm gonna throw it into tier 2, but I think that's already being generous. I don't have a lot of hope for Sky Striker. I think one reason why you will probably see it in some top cuts at regional or national level is because I think Sky Striker is one of the decks out of recent years with like the largest fan base, right? Like, the deck is beloved by a lot of people, I think. And I think a lot of people will bring it, and by sheer representation, maybe a couple people will get lucky enough to make it into top cut. I don't have the greatest hope for Sky Striker though. I really don't love the deck. It's just too fair compared to the current decks. And I think I'm being generous by putting it into tier 2. I don't think it's that great. Rika, on the other hand, is a deck that it's going to be the first one I'm going to throw in tier 1.5. I think Rika Sun Avalon is a solid pick for the upcoming format. There's just, I keep saying this about Rika, is like, it's been doing very well in these last couple months because there's just this dedicated player base of Rika players who just bring the deck over and over and over again. And they keep doing well with it. Really goes to show that the deck is something that if you know how to play it, if you know how to pilot the deck, if you know how to navigate the matchups, you can do well with it. The deck didn't get hit by the ban list at all. And I think that makes it a top competitor. Also, for some reason, Rika is just a phenomenon where everyone in the Yu-Gi-Oh community just refuses to learn how Rika works, is my impression. You know, like I have literally learned how to play Rika just a couple weeks ago because we played it in Master Duel or something. And let me tell you, my win rate against Rika has drastically gone up since I invested the time to play the deck myself, and now I know pretty much what they do, basically. And it's like, a lot of people just don't do that because you don't play against the deck that often. Like, only every once in a while, every other tournament, you'll face a Rika player and you have no idea what's going on, which is how it is for the majority of the community. And then that just gives you a little bit more of a win percentage. So there's that. The deck is solid, though. I encourage you to at least look at it. If you don't want to play it yourself, fine. I don't think you have to. I don't think it's tier 1 best deck. You have to play it, but at least look at it in terms of how to play against it. I think it's getting to the point where you should really be doing that. Super Heavy Samurai is a deck that how do I say this? As a deck, I think it goes somewhere here. Like pure Super Heavy Samurai. Pure Super Heavy Samurai is something that I don't have hope for, honestly, simply because the deck was really centered around that. Draw one of your 1-card combo starters, which you could theoretically play 12 copies of, right? You had the Bike, you had Vakaushi, you had Soul Piercer, and you had the Wagon. Those 4 were all fine 1-card combo starters, and the 1-card combo was, quite frankly, completely insane. 2 things have happened. First of all, the 1-card combo is not as good anymore because you lost the Link 1, so you lose a lot of value within your combo. So your 1-card combo is a lot worse, but the more important thing is that you also lost one of your starters, which is the Soul Piercer, which is the one pictured here, doesn't even work anymore as a starter. Right? It doesn't even work anymore as a 1-card starter, so your consistency also suffered a lot. Is it really worse than Sky Striker? Okay, you're making a good point. I'm gonna move Sky Striker down. I'm gonna move Sky Striker down because I don't think Super Heavy Samurai deserves to be up here as a pure deck. But I'm not finished yet. What I can see happening with Super Heavy Samurai is I can definitely see a world where some decks use this as like a pseudo adventure engine where you just play like Vakaushi and some of the others to have like an engine that helps you set up scales, it helps you set up Baron de Fleur, it helps you set up a lot of different things before you start playing. Or it helps you play through boards when you go second because you just have more pushes. If you open one of the Super Heavy Samurai starters, you can start playing with that, force interruptions before you do your actual stuff, right? So I think maybe now is the time to do what I advised you to not do that before the ban list, right? I told you just play pure Super Heavy Samurai because the deck is good enough on its own. It has enough combo starters on its own. There's no need to mix it. I think now is the time where you do want to mix it because it's not consistent and strong enough on its own anymore that I think a secondary engine for it can be really smart. In that sense, I think it definitely deserves a spot in the tier 2 as an engine. If you know what I mean. Like, people in chat have been saying there's been versions floating around where you use the Super Heavy Samurais to make Baron plus a rank 4 before you start playing, so you can do something like make Alimbertion to find your circular, which, please don't do that, but anyways, you know what's possible, right? So those type of things I can see being like viable combo piles. I don't think that's sort of like best deck in the format material, but I can definitely see it popping up here and there. So Super Heavy Samurai, not dead as an engine, but I do think it's not great as its own deck anymore, which honestly, very good thing. I don't think it should have been a thing ever. Pure Super Heavy Samurai. So here we go. Branded. Now, we've talked about this on stream already plenty of times. And I said I will never do this again. I will never put Branded into tier 1 ever again. Because putting Branded into tier 1, I've said it before, is the opposite of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's basically a how do you say it? It's never gonna be true. Because if Branded is perceived as the best deck in the format, or even like among the best decks in the format, As soon as that happens, everyone plays Ash Blossom, everyone sides D-Barrier, everyone sides Anti-Spell, everyone maybe sides Bystials or Bell or whatever you want, you name it. There's so many cards that are so strong against Branded that whenever Branded is the perceived top tier deck, it just doesn't perform. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw Branded in tier 1.5. And I think that is exactly where it wants to be, and that's where it deserves to be. And I think that is, honestly, the highest that Branded can be, just by pure logic. Because Branded is one of those decks, as soon as it gets top tier level, it gets countered to Oblivion, and that throws it back down. So, this is where Branded is. I think this is where Branded is. I don't think it's going any higher than that. The only thing you can do with Branded is you can make a meta call. If you realize people are not focusing on Branded, Branded could be a good choice for an event. It could be a good meta call. I don't think it can be the best deck in the format. Simple as that. That doesn't mean that you can't pick it for a tournament. Like, you don't always have to pick the top tier deck to do well at a tournament. Sometimes even a rogue deck can be a top tier pick or the best pick for an event. Because it really exploits the current meta game. But Branded in this case, I don't think is a top tier deck for the upcoming format, because if it was, it wasn't. Or it wouldn't be. You know what I mean? Dinos. I included Dinos this morning because they get some support in the newest set with the Ground Xeno or whatever it's called. The new spell card, which is a powerful spell card. But I think Dinos falls into the same category as Sky Striker, as like, dude, this deck is not 2023 ready. It's just not ready. It just doesn't do it. Like, I've literally played against Dino decks at regionals this year, where they went first. I had no hand trap. They opened the nuts. They opened like Lithosagium double baby, went completely crazy, did everything, and they still lost. And it's like they ended on like Tyranno, Appaloosa, Lagia, whatever. It's just like they just don't do it. It's just not it. I don't know. It's not like 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks just break those boards. And the same goes for Going Second Dinos. I've played against Going Second Dinos at a YCS too this year. And it's just not scary. You just go first, you do your thing, and it's like the only cards they can win with is like cards like Evenly, like not the Dino cards. So yeah, I don't recommend you guys to play Dino at all. Draco Slayers. You know what? Before we talk about Draco Slayers, let's quickly talk about Kashtira. I think that's one thing that a lot of people are interested in, and I think you'll understand why it ties into the destiny of Draco Slayers a little bit, because of course the zone lock on the back row is something that Kashtira can still do. Kashtira, I think, is still... I probably rate it somewhere here. I think a Rice Heart is still a hell of a card. I don't think it's still the best deck. Maybe it's tier 1 still. I'm gonna... Spoiler alert, I will not play this deck at German Nationals. There's no way I'm playing this deck at German Nationals. Like, there's a 0% chance. There's a 0% chance that I'm turning up to German Nationals with Kashtira. I think, and this is I think this is a very, like, I don't know, it's a very me opinion, I think, but initially when Kashtira was looking to be the best deck, I said something along the lines of Kashtira is too easy to counter. It's too bad against non-engine cards. And that's why I don't like it. Now, that was true for the most part. That is why I didn't play it for all of Kashtira format, basically. But I think one reason why that wasn't completely true back then was because Kashtira had a lot of ways to play around those cards, right? For almost all of those cards, there were lines that played around them. Like you name the anti-Kashtira card, Kashtira had a way to play around it, right? Nibiru, you could make a Rise Hard Pass with 4 summons. Lava Golem, a Rise Hard Pass with 4 summons, only 1 monster plays around it. All the spells and traps, there was the Lock 5 combo that played around those. Spell and traps, people started playing Forbidden Lands, so on and so forth, right? People got really good and really creative at answering the cards that people used to counter Kashtira, right? I think with the Diablosis ban, a lot of that changes though. With Diablosis ban, you lose the ability to play around certain anti-Kashtira cards. The only way you have to play around cards like Change of Heart, Tactics, whatever, is Forbidden Lands. Forbidden Lands is the only card you have to play around those type of cards. I think a lot of decks also didn't always lose to the first Arise Art. A lot of decks could actually play into it, and they ended up losing to like the second Arise Art or something. I don't know. I think I've looked at Kashtira. I think it's still a good deck. For me personally, it's not an option. Because I'm looking at it from my perspective. I'm not scared of it anymore as much. Right? I'm not scared of it anymore because I know exactly it can't lock my back row, and I can just play the most efficient spell and traps out to it, or something like Kurikara, and it's just gonna be, I think it's gonna be fine, because if you tribute the first Arise Art with Kurikara, it's really hard to get it back. Like, I'm using, spoiler alert, I'm gonna rate Runic decks really highly in this, and for Runic decks, the first Arise Art was usually not the problem. The problem of Runic decks was usually the follow-up of, you know, Birth stops your draws, and it takes a lot of resources to get rid of the first Arise Art, and then when they make the second one, you're cooked. But they don't have a second one. And they also can't lock all your back row anymore, which is what Runic decks were the most scared of. So yes, Kashtira is still a good deck, whether it's tier 1 or tier 1.5. I personally would put it here, but chat is literally screaming in anger at me if I move it down here. Like if my cursor touches it, chat is just going full on psycho mode, so I'm just gonna leave it here. But I let it be known that I don't have much faith in Kashtira being actually the best choice for an event. That being said, Draco Slayer I still think is like here because it's like a combo deck that also just happens to auto lose to Zone Lock 1, which is kind of pathetic. So I think I think it goes here. It's all right. It's probably not completely ass, but if you want to play a combo deck that really pops off, you can just play like Super Heavy Samurai builds, Manadium, Gold Pride. Those decks are just kind of better than Pendulum, I think. Like, it's not a terrible deck, which is why I'm not throwing it in unplayable, but yeah. Dragon Link. Dragon Link, this can be with rockets, but it can also just be like the Bystial control, Bystial synchro type of stuff, all that type of stuff. I think that's got potential. I think that's got solid potential. I don't know if I'd rate it higher than Branded and Rika, but it's definitely a very solid deck. It's got solid grind game. It's also got solid matchups, I think, against some of the top decks. Like, for example, Branded is going to be a very popular deck, and having Bystials in your main deck is very good. Arise Art being at 1 and Kashtira probably being less popular now is also something that helps Dragon Link, because that was really annoying for any sort of graveyard type of deck. So, yeah, I mean, I see a solid future for Dragon Link. The deck was already basically, it's kind of like Rika, where the deck was already performing in this last format, even though not that many people played it. It was just basically the Dragon Link the fan base kept it alive because they just brought it to tournaments, and some of them did do well, And I think that means it can still do well now because all the other decks, or a lot of the other decks, got significantly weaker, and Dragon Link didn't. So here we are. You know, it's a good deck. Drytron. I don't know. Droll Lockbird will be less popular, which is the only good thing I have to say about Drytron. I don't love Drytron. You guys know that. It got second Herald of Orange Light, but I don't think Herald of Orange Light is that big of a deal. I don't think the second orange is what kept it from being good. I really don't think so. I think Bystials are still going to be popular in side decks at the minimum, because you see here, Branded is still... I rate Branded highly, and Bystials are among the best cards against Branded. Dragon Link will even main deck Bystials. Spoilers, Mathmech is also, I think, unfortunately still going to be a thing. And against Mathmech, you also want to have Bystials. So there's a lot of stuff that Drytron suffers from, and it's just I'm not a fan of it. I'm just not a fan of it. Maybe I'm biased because I just don't like the deck, but I don't see myself ever considering this deck in this format. But yeah. Dark World is kind of like Drytron, but better, because it's like degenerate combo pile that really benefits from Droll and Lockbird not being in the format, but it's just better. Will Droll not be a staple in a lot of decks? See, that's something that remains to be seen, but I think Droll and Lockbird's main reason for making it into so many decks was Super Heavy Samurai, and Super Heavy Samurai is probably one of the decks that got shafted the most by the ban list. So with Super Heavy Samurai's play rate going down, so will probably Droll and Lockbird's play rate. Anyways, Dark World is okay. I think its big problem is that going second, it's not gonna be a very good deck. Simple as that. Like, going second, Dark World is just not great. Going first is alright, or pretty scary actually. Probably low tier 2. Don't play Eldritch and don't play Exo Sister. Those decks are not very good Yu-Gi-Oh decks. Fluandereeze. I feel like definition of tier 2. Honestly, if Fluandereeze draws well, it's a really good deck. It's really ignorant, even going second sometimes. And one thing, like, once again, Droll and Lockbird probably losing some popularity, and Board Breakers getting a lot better. Fluandereeze is one of those decks that really likes to play Board Breakers, right? It really likes to just go second and activate evenly, or activate Dark Ruler and just play and ignore whatever your opponent did on the first turn, because they don't want to play like 12 hand traps or something. They just want to activate that one Board Breaker. And I think that is a play style that is just better in this upcoming format than it was last format, because it didn't work against Super Heavy Samurai. Once again, a lot of these assumptions, you can tell, are being made by, like, I'm assuming that Super Heavy Samurai loses popularity, which, if I'm wrong on that, then also some of these other assessments might be different. But as of now, I haven't heard of a single person who's actually trying to play Super Heavy Samurai for the upcoming format. So I'm thinking it should go down in popularity, which benefits some of those Board Breaker type strategies, like Fluandereeze. And then going first, they draw Robina. You're still sad. Now, of course, everyone is going to be on Ash Blossom, because Branded is expected to be a top tier deck. But, yeah. Flanders alright. Adignister, I don't think you should be playing Adignister. Probably here. Quite simply, I don't see Kaijus going anywhere. Even though the number of Kaijus will probably go down a little bit, you know. Kurikara is in the game. Good. Kurikara is not that good against the deck, though. Right? I think Kurikara actually existing is a good thing for Adignister, because if you play Kurikara, you're not playing Kaijus, and the Arrival Cyburst doesn't activate on your turn, right? So you can never Kurikara the boss monster. So Kurikara being like one of the cards of choice is good for Adignister, but because if your opponent is on Kurikara and not on a Kaiju, your deck's actually good, right? If everyone is playing Kurikara, no one's playing Kaijus, then Adignister would actually be interesting, because if your towers hits the board, you just win the game. But I still think there's going to be a good amount of Kaijus, because they're just solid. They're just solid cards, let's be real. So I don't advise you to play Adignister, although I don't think it's completely dead. Like, the decks down here, I think, are legit, like, dead. The decks up here are, like, you could, maybe. Labyrinth is pretty good, I think. The only card Labyrinth lost on the ban list was Gamma, which I honestly think hitting Gamma to 1 was a very big hit to mainly 2 decks. The number 1 deck that it hit was Super Heavy, because it was one of the best hand traps in Super Heavy, and Labyrinth, because the Furniture Labyrinth build really loved Gamma. Because like Gamma was like the perfect card for Labyrinth, because it was a dream scenario, because when you go first in Labyrinth, you don't summon a monster very often. So you can just use Gamma as a hand trap even when you go first, which is the dream scenario. That's the biggest downside of Gamma, is that it doesn't work when you go first. And in Labyrinth, that didn't matter. So I think that hurts a bit more than you think, but still Labyrinth is a top tier deck, I think. Whether the Furniture build or the Floodgate build is going to be better, I don't know. I predict the Furniture build is going to be better because it's more resilient to hate. Like, Labyrinth in general suffers a little bit from the same paradox as Branded, where if everyone expects Labyrinth, we saw this last format where people started to play. They were literally trying to commit hate crimes against Labyrinth players, right? I got at the regional, I played Labyrinth. They went battle phase, activate evenly. I went judgment, main phase 2. They summoned friggin' Denko Sekka. That in 2023, I got Denko Sekka'd because people hated Labyrinth so much. People are playing freaking Jinzo in decks that can tutor it. Like, friggin' the hate for Labyrinth is real if that deck is popular. And I think that is something to consider, that if everyone thinks Labyrinth is a top tier threat, they might really prepare for it by playing cards like Denko. Lightning Storm did go to 2, which helps, but Feather Duster is still here, Evenly is still here, Twin Twisters, Cosmic Cyclones. Now, I think the Furniture build is a little bit more resilient. I think the Furniture build is a little bit more resilient to these cards as opposed to the pure Floodgate build. So if anything, I would encourage you to play the Furniture build. And that one I think is going to be pretty good. Marincess is aight. Marincess is aight. You know, just play a lot of hand traps, do your thing. It's okay. It's nothing overwhelming, but it's just not bad. I don't know. I don't hate Marincess. I just don't hate it. I don't think it's good. I wouldn't call it good. That's why I'm throwing it towards the bottom of tier 2. But it's I think it's an okay deck. I don't know. It's had some success last format even. Like, it's topped YCSs and such, so I don't think it's that bad. All right, now. Now Math Mech. Now, as much as I would like it to be here, this is where I want it to be. This is where I want it to be. I don't think that's where it is. Now, we watched Pack's tier list yesterday, and Pack was like, this deck is still really good, right? I think he put it in tier 1.5. And the reasoning for it was that going from 3-1 circular is something you can manage because you can replace it, basically. You have other ways to find it. Basically, there's this new firewall package that leads to a rank 4. There's this new spirit monster that lets you make an instant rank 4. You can even play the super heavy samurais to make an instant rank 4, to go Alimbersion to grab circular, and so on and so forth. I have a few issues with that. And why I think that's not that great. I'm still gonna put Mathmech in tier 2. Which just goes to show, literally, once again, I think it proves my point how degenerate of a card Mathmech Circular is. If the deck still is considered to be, it still has to be considered a good deck now. The reason why I still don't think I'm still happy with the limit to 1. I think it was a good hit, and I think it's still gonna make the deck not as good, is because all of those lines that get you to circular are so much worse than just drawing circular, right? Drawing circular was so much more resilient to most of the hand traps than all of those lines, right? If I have to go to a rank 4 to find circular, I lose to Ash, Imperm, Veiler, even Mourner. Every single one of those I lose to if I have to search my circular. I don't have a follow-up circular for the grind game. And I also don't have a Alimbersion in my Mathmech combo, right? Because normally you would like use circular to get to Alimbersion, and then the Alimbersion would find you like diameter. So, like, what if you have to go for Alimbersion and then circular, you don't have diameter? Right? I don't know exactly how the combos work. You probably still have some sort of combo there, but it's just worse, right? And then there's cards like Small World and Signet Mining, which of course can still find the circular. Yeah, they can. But those cards are, first of all, -1. So you're less likely to draw them together with like a lot of hand traps and whatnot. Like if you have to discard, that's not great. And you can get ashed. You can get rolled on the first ad, so you don't have the trap card. It's just weaker overall. All of those things are weaker. And yeah, you have to play Nabla for the other combos I'm seeing. I haven't looked at the combos in that much detail yet. But look, chat, there's a good reason why people didn't play Nabla before the ban list, right? It was not optimal. There were better ways you could do it if you just had more circulars. So I think it's fair to say that the deck is significantly worse than before, and it was around tier 1.5 before. And I think it got significantly worse because you have to do other shit. You have to include a lot of cards you don't want to include. All of those cards that you have to include now, all of those engines, take away like non-engine slots typically, right? Because you go like, oh, the full firewall package, that's more than 2 circulars. That's more slots than 2 circulars, right? So you're losing non-engine slots, you're making yourself more vulnerable to hand traps, you have less follow-up because you only have 1 circular. It's just overall a worse concept. It's not dead. But yeah, we take it. It's a victory. It's a victory in my books. Runic. We're getting into runic territory. Let me pull up all the runics. I think, in general, this is probably to no one's surprise, I think runic decks are the big winners of this ban list. At first, I think runic decks are by far the biggest winners of this ban list. With the exception of Naturia Runic. We'll talk about that in a second. Fun fact, my YCS London Runic Spright deck, Runic Live Twin Spright, is still completely legal. They put Fountain to 2, I played 2 Fountains. They put Starter to 2, I played 1 Starter. The deck is still completely legal. in my opinion, it was the best deck for YCS London, and you can still play it with everyone else getting, like, most of the other decks getting weaker, you can still play the exact same deck. So I have no choice but to put it into tier 1. I still think the deck was great, and it just got a lot better. I didn't know, that's not the YCS I won. I got top 32 at YCS London, but it's still, I think it's a very good deck. Another deck that I think has great potential is the Dinkabui deck. Now, I haven't played it yet, actually. I have not played Fur Hire Spright at all. It's something I plan to try. But I can't help but think if it was good for YCS London, then it has to be good now. Whether exactly it goes like here, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, I don't know yet. Maybe I'm going to put it at the top of here because I can't do anything other than just attest it. Like, it has great potential. That's what I know. But I don't know exactly where it ends up. Now, Naturia Runic, in my opinion, is the one deck here that really took a hit on this ban list. I personally think that the hit is quite significant. I think one Sacred Tree is a big deal. Because that was really, to me, that was the card that felt the best to open. I think if you're a Runic Naturia player, if you could choose one card to open, like every single game, you would take Sacred Tree. Because it's just the best card in the deck, I think. Because you just like activate any Runic, discard the tree, you have everything together, you go +1, you have Fountain, you have your Naturia. It's like, it's the best card. It's the best card in the deck, I think. And that card being limited means you don't open it as much. You run out of it. The deck is not dead. I don't think it's dead at all. But I don't think it's as good as it was. I think it's kind of like a shadow of itself. I'm going to throw it here. Where, like, I think you can still play it. I don't think it's bad. But, dude, I think one tree hurts. I think one tree hurts. And then we have Plunder Runic, which I think previously was weaker than Naturia Runic, but now I think it's along the same, maybe even better. I like this deck, actually. It's like, I've played this deck a little bit. I tested it for YCS London. Before I settled on Live Twin Runic Spright, I was testing a decent amount with Plunder Runic. I think it's a solid deck. Maybe even here. It's definitely solid. But, I don't know. Yeah. It's alright. Runic Spright. Without twins. I don't know about. It's something I've tried a decent amount last format. It did struggle at least a decent amount with a Rysart. I just don't really see, like, without Elf, the Sprite engine just doesn't have the win condition that it used to have. I think it needs another engine, right? Maybe Fur Hire, maybe that. Maybe, yeah, Pure is probably not even that great. Like, Pure is probably just dead. I don't think Sprite Runic without any complementary engine is just good enough anymore. So yeah, I'm actually throwing it down here, as much as it hurts, but yeah. What about Super Heavy Samurai as an engine? We've talked about that. You'll have to rewatch the thing or watch it on YouTube. You can go !YouTube for the VOD channel or the main channel. You'll see it there. Purely, Initially, I said my first reaction was that Delicious Memory wasn't that big of a hit. I was definitely wrong on that. I didn't realize why. I looked at it in the way where I thought Delicious Memory was just not that great of a card, which it's not. But the fact that, like, what makes Delicious Memory so important is the fact that it's mentioned on Plump. The fact that it's mentioned on Plump is a really big deal. I think going first purely is quite frankly unplayable, which is sad. I think going first purely is just, it doesn't really have anything going for it. You can't consistently do what you're trying to do. Going second purely is something I think is interesting. Of course, playing a going second deck is always kind of scary, right? It's always a shaky thing to do. But I think that is, if you want to play purely, that's how you want to do it. And I think that deck has some potential because the plays are pretty solid going second, right? The Zeus lines, the happiness lines, I like it. The fact that you don't rely that much on plump going second, I think that's how you want to play purely. The cool thing is, if your opponent knows what you're trying to do, they can let you go first, yes. But the deck still has a decent chance to find Delicious Memory, right? So worst case, your opponent lets you go first, you still have a chance to get to plump, right? Because you can still do My Friend with a 1/3 chance to find it, which is not enough to pick first yourself. Like it's not enough to, I want to go first with purely, but if my opponent makes me go first, it's a good backup plan, right? I think. So I think it's all right. I think with some tweaking on the list and with a skilled pilot and deck builder, purely has a spot in the meta. And then they do get more support in the future. Also, I just realized I forgot Vanquish Soul in this. When I made it this morning, I forgot about Vanquish Souls. I would put Vanquish Soul somewhere in tier 2, probably lower end of tier 2. Maybe the editor can put in a little Vanquish Soul card somewhere here at the end. So yeah, Vanquish Soul is okay, I think. Let's just not talk about Salamangreat, okay? Let's just not. Melfi Spright. Melfi Spright lost a starter, but I think a lot of the other decks lost a lot more. I think Melfi Spright goes tier 1.5. Melfi Spright is good. You know, you can play decently well into a Rise Art. Your going first board is solid. You have a decent amount of room for non-engine. Let it be hand traps, let it be board breakers. I think Melfi Spright is alright, you know. The Gamma loss hurts, but honestly, let's be real. Losing E-Teleport is not a big deal. Like, let me tell you, as a Spright duelist, E-Teleport is not an essential card in Spright. It's not an essential card. You don't need it. It's even arguable whether you wanted to play the card. I'll go that far. Sword Soul is alright, you know. Sword Soul is one of the decks that really benefits from most of the other decks losing a little bit, you know. Like, Sword Soul was always that deck that was like kind of too fair for everything, right? It was okay, but everything else was kind of just a little bit better, and a lot of other decks got a little bit worse. So Sword Soul is catching up. There is some synchro combo variants with Denglong. Those, I can't say anything yet. That's something I haven't seen yet. If that completely changes the Sword Soul game, maybe it even gets better than this. That is something I'm specifically saying this right now. I have not looked into. I haven't had the time yet to look into the Denglong combos. If that is actually better, maybe. But I'm not sure if it is. Tierlaments, surprisingly, is topped the YCS in this last format. I don't understand how, but I think I'm going to throw it somewhere tier 2. I don't have the greatest hope for Tierlament. I kind of think it's copium. If it didn't top the last YCS in Philadelphia, I would have probably put it in tier 3. A Rise Art being at 1 helps. I don't know if that's even true, because, like, 1 Rise Art is enough to lose. I don't know if that's... I guess you can get into the grind game, maybe, if you can, like, tribute the first one. They don't have another one. I don't know. I don't have great hopes for Tierlements, but I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. But I don't... yeah. I don't love Tierlement. Trap Tricks... Solid tier 3. Solid tier 3. Tri-Brigade Lyrilusk, tier 3. Third Recital Starling honestly doesn't even help. I think. Like, you did that is not what it needed. I don't even know what it does need. I don't think it needs anything. Because, like, it's just out of touch with the current power level. And then we have Tri-Brigade Spright. That deck... probably worse than Melfi Spright, but probably not much worse. So throwing it somewhere here seems appropriate. And then Virtual World. I'm indifferent about Virtual World. It's like, it's not, I don't think it's great. I don't think it's great, but it's also not ass, right? And that's it. Like I said, Vanquish Soul, I think, goes into tier 2. I think it's actually a better deck than people think it is. I think the problem for Vanquish Soul is that it's not going to be played a lot because of its price point. Like, it's not a very good deck value-wise. Like, you don't get... like, what you pay for is not what you get in terms of quality, because there's a whole bunch of... like, this tier 2 here is packed with budget options, right? And... the Vanquish Soul deck is not one of them, so I don't think you will see a lot. Virtual World is versed in Salad for sure. Okay, I think, you know what, if we put all these others in, yeah, okay, for my own mental health, I'll put Salamangreat in tier 3. You can't stop me from doing that. Yeah, okay, and that is my first assessment of the format. Honestly, compared to the other tier lists or assessments I've been seeing, I think this is a little bit more pessimistic than others have been. Like, I think I'm rating decks relatively strictly here. But that applies to all. I think I'm just being very strict in general here, because it's just I've just seen a lot of other in the past, there's always been these decks where I wasn't sure about, and then they ended up being just not great, and I think that's the same for a lot of these decks here. I just don't see Sky Striker being great. I don't see a lot of this stuff being good, even though they did receive help. They're still not better than what we already have. And I don't think that... I think there is a clear difference between the power level of the decks in tier 2 here and the decks up here. Like, these decks up here, I think, are true meta contenders. This stuff down here, I think, is where you start considering these decks like rogue picks. I don't think this is more than that, right? I think this up here is meta contenders. This down here is not anymore. Anyways, that's the tier list. So if you're watching this on YouTube, thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you have a deck that you want to know about that I didn't talk about, leave a comment down below. As always, hope you enjoyed. Hope this helps you prepare for your events in the format. And I will see you next time. Peace. All right. Man, people were molding at where I put Sky Striker. You guys... I'll give you a little bit of... I forgot to say something. I'll give you one little hope for Sky Striker. Some of you are going to like it. Some of you are not going to like it. But I think one way how Sky Striker could be playable is Runic Sky Striker. That's all I'm saying. I think pure Sky Striker is literally copium. And I hate to tell you if you're a Sky Striker fan, but it's 2023, dude. It's 2023. I am not playing Runic. Well, then you're also... I don't think you're doing well with Sky Striker then. Zephyr GX and Ren Kazuma, thank you guys for the primes. Appreciate you. Let's build Runic Striker. We can maybe. I'll see. What about Mikanko? I don't really have a concept in mind when it comes to Mikanko. That's my problem with it. That is my main problem with it. The Brainer, thank you for the prime. Yo, we've hit a sub goal. We're still, dude. We're already at such insane sub numbers, and we're still hitting sub goals. Thank you so much. You know what that means? Hold up. 1420. You guys are insane. Thank you. Here you go. Where's Rescue Ace? Rescue Ace is not good until the new support. Whereas ABC, I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. What do you think ABC does well in this format? Like, aren't we past the time where we ask about decks that can literally only win when they go first? I thought people realized at some point that that is not a good concept, right? Playing a deck that can only win when it goes first. Have you ever played like I give you one serious advice when you are if you are an ABC fan. Play a meta deck and go first against ABC. Have a friend play ABC and you go first. And then you will never ask that question again. Never. Nips. Thank you for the 12 months. Kurikara is not a TCG deck. Kurikara is obviously a hand trap. Why would you ask where Kurikara is? Kurikara is obviously in the hand trap tier list. What do you mean? Tavenidas, thank you for the 3 months. When will Twin Runic Spright become good in Master Duel? It could be if they hit Elf. Until then, pure Runic Spright is probably better. Like, you don't want to play the twins, right? That's the thing. As a Spright Runic player or enjoyer, I can tell you, I don't want to play twins in the deck. I only do it because I have to in the TCG. It's not something I want to. Right? It's you would much prefer not having to play that many engines in Runic. You'd much rather just be good enough with just Spright and Runic. But popping and drawing a card, you know, you are right, but Runic Spright already is very good at popping cards and drawing cards. Is Evil Twin Spright without Runic still good? Griffin Lock and maybe Ibly? It's probably okay, yeah. I don't think it's better than Melfi Spright, but it's alright. You can play it. It's probably tier 2. How strong do you think Spright would be in the TCG with Elf legal? It'd probably be tier 1. I don't think it'd be close. Like, you could play Runic Spright with Elf would be better than Life Twin Runic Spright. So that would be tier 1. And then Pure Spright would also be a lot better. Where do you see Scareclaw Adventure? I think Scareclaw Adventure is just the verse version of Mana Dome. Like Manadium Scareclaw, I think is a solid deck, but I don't see why Scareclaw Adventure would be better than that. I miss Elf. I do too. But sometimes you have to be realistic and be like, I miss Elf, but that thing deserves to be banned. I can't sit here and call out cards like Circular and then be like, yeah, but Elf should come back. That's not a thing I can seriously say, you know? Like, you have, if you criticize cards like Circular, which deserve to be criticized in my opinion, you also have to be honest about the cards you like, you know? You can like a card and still be like, hell yeah, that card was unhealthy. You know, it's kind of how I feel about Chaos Ruler. I'm like, dude, Chaos Ruler is so fun. I like Chaos Ruler, but that thing deserves to be banned. You know? Unlock the block, he did nothing wrong. See, you're doing exactly the opposite. It's okay to be a fan of Block Dragon, but don't ask for it to come back. Don't ask for Block Dragon to come back. Like, that's not something you should be asking for. That's not a reasonable thing to ask. First, Vanquish Soul. Yeah, I forgot Vanquish Soul, but we talked about it. It's gonna be in the video. I put it into tier 2. Just come to the OCG. We have both Block and Maxi. I mean, yeah, you can also just log into Master Duel. There's Block Dragon. There's Chaos Ruler. Somebody asked about DDD. Nobody asked about DDD. What about Goatee? What about it? Like, to this day, I have not seen a serious attempt at doing well with Goatee. Where do you put Vanquish? I put Vanquish Soul in tier 2. I think it is genuinely not a bad deck. And I think the one thing I think it's just too expensive. What about Synchro? By Synchro, do you mean like just Synchron Junk Speeder type of deck? I don't think that deck's very good. Round length got extended. Dynamorphia might have a shot. What do you mean round length got extended? Isn't it just always 45 minutes now? It's been 45 minutes for a while. I don't think that is the biggest problem of Dynamorphia. I mean, it was one problem for Dynamorphia, but yeah. 45 minutes at locals as well now. Oh, is that really, have they done that? Have they just increased it at like local and regionals and whatnot as well? Josh, my English teacher, because of you, I learned English in nearly 1 year of Twitch. Thanks. You're welcome. It's funny because that's how I learned English too. It's just, if anyone asks why I speak English so well, it's just because I've been on the internet because of like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff since I was a child. Like, that's just how I learned English, basically. I mean, we had English in school, but that didn't help that much. Okay. Where is Bystial Control? I kind of included Bystial Control in the Dragon Link portion. It's kind of, I think they are just different versions of the same type of deck. Almost. At least they're like similar in quality. I think Bystial Control is also fine. But what even is Bystial Control? Does it not play the Rockets even? How are you not playing the Rockets in Bystial decks? Because it's just a free, like, you just get a free Dispotter. It goes Seals Pass. I mean, so does Dragon Link. But I feel like if you're already playing Bystials, which are level 6 Dragon special summons, of course you play some tuners, right? No way you don't. Because this Pater and Baron are busted, dude. And, like, why would you not? Dude, I'm so hyped. I can't wait. I wish we had, genuinely, chat, if Assault Synchron was out for German Nationals, I think I'd play that deck. I think I would. But it's not out. I think I would, though. I really think I would. Or all I want to do is summon a Bystial, special Assault Synchron, make Axel Stardust Dragon, bring back Assault Synchron, make this Pater, bring back whatever I banished for the Bystial. Dude, that's what I want to do. Activate Regained. Oh. Assault Synchron Turbo plus Bystial, we have Apple Dragon. Oh yeah, we have Apple Dragon. The one thing we don't have is Assault Synchron. We get it soon though. Isn't Assault only really good with Chaos Ruler? I mean, technically you're right. Technically it's at its best if it's paired with Chaos Ruler. But at the end of the day, if you read Assault Synchron, even if it didn't have that effect where it like brings back the dragon or whatever, it's still a freaking custom card for Synchro decks. Like, think about it. Assault Synchron is level 2 tuner that just special summons itself from the hand at no downside. Even without the bonus effect, that's a freaking good card. The only downside is you can only summon Synchros. Which, brother in Christ, if you're playing a Synchro deck, that's not a downside. Minus 700 too. Yeah, okay, dude. Life points are not a resource in modern Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. Unless it's 5 minutes left on the round. So I don't think that's the argument. Look this banger. Okay. And now what? Now I have looked at this banger. And now what? What is this? The funniest thing to me is that people don't even use the Soul Piercer anymore. What happened to Soul Piercer, by the way? Wasn't Soul Piercer like €4? Oh, yeah. Ooh. Soul Piercer is not looking too hot. It's like 150 still. Honestly, that's still kind of a lot for like something that no one is even using anymore. All right. Let me sort my thoughts on German nationals, because in my head there's a few decks that I can see myself playing for German nationals out of this list, if they end up working. So we might want to try some stuff. The obvious thing is runic variants. I can see myself turning up with Furniture Labyrinth. That I can see. That is a reality I can see. I can see myself turning up with Branded, even though I'm not sure if people maybe respect it a little bit too much. I can see myself turning up with Melfi Spright. I can see myself turning up with Dragon Link. I can even see myself turning up with Rika. And then from down here, can I see myself turning up with any of those decks? Maybe Runic Plunder, but I don't think it's better than this deck. Maybe Purely. Yeah. I think that's about it. I think that narrow... Vanquish Soul, honestly, low-key, the chance that I play Vanquish Soul is not 0, I think. I don't think it's very high either, but I don't think it's 0. do some games of Spright for hire. We could maybe try that deck. Because I actually have never played it. I need to go to the toilet really quick, and then we'll build some of those lists for the upcoming format, and just to find a starting point for those different decks, and then maybe we do some testing. I think that's gonna be cool. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we are back. How is EXO more unplayable than Virtual World? It's probably not that much. Like, the thing is, you have to realize one thing about me. I'm a very competitive person, so honestly, tier 3 and unplayable in my mind are almost the same thing. Don't interpret too much into it. Don't interpret too much into it. Like, for me, there's not a big difference between playing any of those decks and one of the decks down here. Not to be no offense, but I don't think there's a huge distinction, because playing any of those decks is putting yourself at a disadvantage when you're looking at it from a competitive perspective. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What is the cheapest deck tier 2 or higher? Let's think about that for a second, chat. What is the best budget option for the upcoming format? Like, genuinely, out of these. What's the best budget option here? Marin says costs $50. Okay, that's not bad, but Marin says I rated relatively low. Rika. What is the price point on Rika? Like, hold up. If I go on to the market of cards and I type Rika in here, you turn it to English. Most expensive. Starlight. So you need what? You need... Well, you don't need the collector's rare. Glamour. Oh no, that's Japanese. Okay, Rika Glamour is not that expensive anymore. Only Snowdrop is expensive. Snowdrop. Oh, Snowdrop is the super rare that doesn't have a reprint. Okay, it's like 15-ish. Okay, yeah, actually, then I would say Rika is a very solid budget option. How much is budget branded? 2 Jasmine, 1 Snowdrop, 1 Regulus. How much is Jasmine? Okay, Jasmine is like 13-ish, 10-ish. Can't play branded budget? What do you mean branded budget? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Never mind. Never mind, apparently. Dragon Link probably needs Bystial Lubellion. That card is crazy expensive. Labyrinth is not cheap. Runic, what is I haven't looked at Runic in a while. In terms of like what the cards are worth. Runic is a lot. Oh yeah, I mean I guess it probably went up a decent amount with this ban list, right? There's no way it didn't. Runic, tip. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Runic was a somewhat affordable option before the ban list, I think. But they have understandably spiked. I also honestly I don't blame anyone for not picking up Runic before the ban list because I did not expect to get off this lightly with. I did not expect the deck to get away like that. You know, I think it was gonna be hit harder a little bit. Yeah. How did hold up. One thing we could be doing right now. How did we do on the prediction? Because I did a ban list prediction, right? Surely I did. What did I predict for the ban list? When was that? Or did I not? Did I not make one? Oh yeah, I did. We'll talk. This is what I said. This is not bad. I think they're watching the channel. I think they're watching the channel. Because they banned Diablo. I banned 4 cards. I banned Diablosis, Expulsion, Ibli, and Cyberstein. Out of those 4 cards, they took 3. Ronin, Chaos Ruler, and Electromite, I left banned. Because we talked about those cards, but I said they should leave them banned, and they did. Limited, I put Glow Bulb, but they didn't do that. Blaster, they did also do. Unicorn, they put at 2, not at 1. Sprites, they only did starter to 2. They didn't touch Prosperity. Fountain, I was slightly off. I didn't expect, like I said, I didn't expect Runic to get off this lightly. Circular to 1, they did, based. Didn't do Skill Drain, didn't do Fenrir, didn't do Tip. And left all of those cards untouched except for a Rysart. Not bad. I feel like we did fine on that. Yeah. Bro, shoutouts to whoever at Konami is watching the videos. I appreciate the support. I'm glad you like the content. You know, like, comment, and subscribe. Whoever you are at Konami, I appreciate you. Konami better sub. Imagine, imagine in like 10 seconds, someone's like, "Hey, Konami Digital Entertainment gifted 5 subs." Turns out Konami is the anonymous sub gifter. Whenever someone gifts sub to like random floodgates, it's always it's Konami. They do the anonymous sub gifts. That's why it's anonymous too. That's why it's anonymous. When they give the subs. Gigantic with the gift sub to Konami. Bro. At least say thank you, Konami. If you are, I know you're here. I know you're watching. At least say thank you when you're gifted a gift sub, dude. I know you're watching anyways. Anonymous gifter gifted a 1-month tier 1 sub to Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG DE. You don't have to do it anonymously, dude. You don't have, they are gifting themselves subs now anonymously. Nice. All right. Let's do some deck building. Let's do some deck building activity. Shall we? We've taken a look at Vanquish Soul yesterday. This was my first attempt at building it. I'm honestly not too unhappy with it. I don't think it's perfect yet by any means, but I think it's all right. All right, thank you for the gifts up to Mathmech Circular. You always have to ruin it when we do that, all right? It was good fun. It was good fun. Gigantic with the gifts up to Konami. That was very, very pog, very funny, very cool. And now you gift the sub to Mathmech Circular to ruin it all. Cool. Mr. Streamer, can you look at my pile? First of all, your pile already has Assault Synchron. And second of all, I will be doing a Deck Doctor stream at some point soon. Probably next week. There's a lot of things I need to do. There's a lot of things I need to do that I haven't gotten around to because of last weekend. It was so stressful. Like, we're still doing, by the way, we're still doing the tournament with my custom ban list. That's still happening. I think in 1 or 2 weeks, I'm gonna get to planning that this weekend. And we're still gonna have like prizes from Card Market and stuff like that. It's gonna happen because people actually do play that format on my Discord server. It's very wholesome. People actually enjoy that format, which is obviously they're enjoying it. I made it. It's Pog. But you know, the fact that people are, you know, meeting up on my Discord server and playing that format is cool to me. We're still doing that tournament. So that is planned, and we're also gonna do the Deck Doctor for the new ban list, all that type of stuff. Is the current ban list included? I think we're just gonna update the ban list to include all the changes, because it was always gonna be my changes on top of the current ban list, right? So we're just gonna do that, right? Yeah. Either way, just stay tuned for those type of things. What format? I don't want to go into too much detail right now, but I made like it was a thought experiment / custom ban list that I made. You can just go !YouTube. It's one of my recent YouTube videos, like 1 or 2 weeks ago, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. What do you think about the Heat Soul package in Vanquish Soul? Are you talking about Parallel Exceed to make Heat Soul? I think it's all right. Do you need help with that, Tony? I mean, if you want to, it's like I'm gonna talk about it with on the Discord with my mods and everything. Aren't you a Discord mod anyways? So you'll yeah. So if you're down, just yeah. Or you're not on Discord. Well, do you want to be? Anyways, if you want to help, you can. Yeah, sure. Pax Goo. I don't use Discord that much. Yeah, you don't have to. All good. All good. All right. Yo, what the hell is this? Okay, what is that? Clear New World. Target one face-up monster you control. Destroy it, and if you do, special summon one monster from your deck in defense position with a different original type and attribute whose level is lower than that monster's original level but negates effects. You can only activate one Clear New World. So you can destroy Fearless or Meek and go into Chiwen or this thing? Or you can destroy Bian. You can destroy a Yangzing to go into your Manadiums, or you can destroy your Manadiums to get into Chiwen. It's not Pog. He even said it was terrible. I mean, I get what it's trying to do. It's a funny idea, but if you just look at it, it's literally a 40 card engine pile. Timing will be missed. I don't think this misses timing, no, because it says and if you do, which I think and if you do is simultaneously. So it does not, the Yangzings do not miss timing. It's PSC, it's simple PSCT, and if you do happens simultaneously, then I think then is not simultaneously. So if this card was destroy it, then special summon, I think that would not happen simultaneously. Right? Then would miss timing. Yeah, okay. The thing is, as funny as this idea is, it's just 40 engine card pile. This has no chance going second against any deck. Like literally almost 0% against any deck that goes first in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's basically it looks even worse than like what's it called? Than Synchron. Because Synchron is the same concept, but probably even stronger. If you get to go first. The deck will work after Duelist Nexus when you can search Clear New World. How do you search Clear New World again? What was that? Is that which archetype is that from? Was that a is that a Visas lore card? Right, okay. Okay, anyways, those are not the type of decks I want to build right now. Out of these decks, we've already looked at Vanquish Soul, we've looked at Runic Life Twin Sprite. This is like the core of that deck. We don't really have to test it though, because I'm pretty familiar with how it works. I'm pretty sure that it's a top tier contender. So I'm thinking we could experiment a little bit with the Runic Fur Hire deck. We could experiment a little bit with going second purely. We could experiment a little bit with dragons. But I really wanna look at the Fur Hire deck. Cause it's yeah. Hold up. We need to go back in time for this one. I haven't actually seen this deck profile yet.
Hi guys, my name is Kabui and welcome to the Rage and Trade YouTube channel. I got top 4 at the YCS in London and I played Fur Hire Spright. Ben and me played the same list, card by card.
Didn't go so well for me, but I don't think that was deck related. I think mostly variance, so still very proud of the deck and class achievement.
Yeah, we figured out that the Fur Hire Spright runic deck is the best runic deck if you want to play runic deck because it is the most explosive one. You are not that dependent on Fountain to resolve because you draw 3 with Forgo, so you always get your draws somehow. For the runic part, we played 2 Fountain, 3 chips, 3 freezing curses, 3 flashing fires, 3 destructions.
Thank God Fountain went to 2.
And 3 numbers. We didn't play the bad ones because the deck is very tight. We played
no, just 15. No, don't do that to me.
And this deck is not that reliant on drawing 2 runics in your opening hand because you can get to your other runic cards later in the combo, either with Forgo or with Farfa.
Yep. Also, in comparison to like the place of other runic combo decks is usually you summon one fusion, synchro off, summon the next fusion, draw, and then go through your combo. But in this deck, you actually just need one body, and then you can basically combo off. And summoning a second fusion in the middle is kind of optional because you, as soon as you have Fountain, as Kyle said, the Fur Hire engine gets you to see a lot more cards on your turn and your opponent's turn, so you're gonna see runics eventually.
Yeah. And often Hugin is just a bait for hand traps because other cards have to resolve. But we come to that later. Also, the runic cards, especially the Flashing Fire and the Destruction, they work pretty well with the Fur Hires because they pop cards on the field and both of them trigger Forgo to draw even more than 3 cards with Fountain. The Fur Hire part, also just a small package. For the starters, 3 Rex and 3 Fossilics. This is self-explanatory. Resolving this and having like a random body on board is like full combo. You just need like a Hugin on board or a Spright once on board and you're good to go. And then for the one-offs, 1 Beat, 1 Power, 1 Rafale, and 1 Rookie. All 4 of them are mandatory for the combo. They put up another layer of interruption, and even if you get Dark Blood, you still have the Rex and Grave to reborn this guy, which is sometimes a negate if you have the Fur in hand, and also excavate more interruptions like runics or hand trips. Yeah.
But I think cutting down on the Fur Hires in comparison to the, so to speak, pure Fur Hire runic deck that went around for the last weeks in like regions or whatever, was a big part why we considered this deck very viable, because the normal Fur Hire runic deck we felt was sometimes weak going second and had to play a lot more of the bad Fur Hires, and by adding the Spright cards, we could have a very explosive deck that plays the maximum amount of starters and the minimum amount of bricks that you can always still work with if you draw them. That's, I think, the good part.
Yeah, and the Spright cards force interruptions. They play through hand better because a weak point of this deck, if you get Ash on like Rookie, you can play around that kind of with the Spright cards with red or blue and jet.
Now, one thing I'm immediately liking less than for the Twin Spright deck, which is not necessarily, it's not strictly worse, but the fact that, like, the ratio is a little bit worse here, because you want to open Rex or Fossil Dig. You don't really want to open the others unless you already have Rex. Like, drawing one of the others if you don't have Rex is kind of bad. At least from what I know. We'll have to look into it a bit more later. But the fact that you're playing basically 6 mediocre cards, 6 cards you want to see and 4 mediocre cards is like, it's not the greatest ratio, because you're putting 10 cards into your deck and only 6 of them are great draws, right? As opposed to the Life Twin package, where almost every single Life Twin is a good card that you want. The only one that you don't really want is the Frost, and the Frost is not that bad. Also, the Frost is optional. You don't have to play it. So, like, basically every single Life Twin is kind of gas, whereas not every single Fur Hire card is gas.
Especially if people don't know what you're doing, and you go like Hugin first, then Special Blue, whatever.
It's not about drawing too many of them. That's not what it's about. It's about drawing one of them without the good ones. Like, a Beat doesn't really do anything if you don't have access to the combo, I'm pretty sure.
Everybody will use their hand trips on that, because they don't know what's coming.
Yeah, especially on Hugin if they don't know what you're up against. Even if they know you play Fur Hire, they always negate Hugin, and that's usually a bait. Yeah. For the Spright cards, also just a small hand because we're playing 3 engines in one deck. Blue is, of course, the best one. And for one-offs, 1 jet, 1 red, 1 chemical starters. We cut the Smashes because it is by far the worst draw in the deck going second, and it's usually a brick, and the deck itself puts enough interruptions on board. Yeah, we just played 1 jet because it is not that great to lock yourself early into level 2s. And do the best one. Yeah.
Albu, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that.
Are more or less generic. They just need different types. So
will you post the tier list on YouTube? Yeah, it'll be there.
Already contributes to the Fur Hire extra deck engine, so to speak. So just having any extra body, even if it gets negated by an opponent's hand trap, gives you actually advantage into the next play and lets you convert into your Fur Hire engine. So that's why starters, of course, not that great, because that's the only body that doesn't really let you convert to Fur Hire engine. If you get hand trap on this, it's a 1-for-1 trade. If you get hand trap on this, they go basically -1 because you're still able to use the blue.
Yeah, and we always go for starters, certain starters with Jet over Smashes because Carrot is very, very important in this format because Evilly is...
VODs, thank you for the prime. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Okay, so I think they played Gamma. Yeah, they played Gamma. So
the cards, if you don't draw Rex, you can go into Gigantic, into IP, and you can summon Fogo into pop and draw 3 on your opponent's turn.
Yes, and I think they're a big part of why this version is better going second because they have way
is this 40 cards? It was 10 Fur Hires, 17 Runics, so 27, 7 Sprites, so 34. And then you have, it was 3 Evenly, 3 Gamma, and Drive. It's 41.
Other engines. Like, they're not normal Solar Line, they just require you to have a Hugin. They force at least 2 interruptions, like 1 blue forces 2 interruptions because they have to interrupt the blue itself, otherwise it gets in the gate. And then they have to interrupt the Xyz summon that you make, or the Link summon that you make. So they're pretty strong into boards.
Also, they play better through hand trap. Like, if you get shifted, you just go, we can do it later if we go to the extra deck, we can do some funny stuff. And also, like, as I said, playing through edge is pretty easy with drawing blue. And you can also get, of course, an early bureau if you have access to that. For the non-engine part, we played the...
You just say außerdem? Wait, did he? You just German in between?
You just go...
Otherwise it gets in the gate. And then they have to interrupt the Xyz summon that you make, or the Link summon that you make. So they're pretty strong into boards.
Also, they
yeah, he did. That's funny.
Play better through hand trap. Like, if you get shifted...
just random German word in between.
We can do it later.
I didn't even realize.
We can do some funny stuff. And also, like, as I said, playing through edge is pretty easy with drawing blue. And you can also get, of course, an early bureau if you have access to that. For the non-engine part, we played the most high-impact ones, Gamma Driver and 3 Evenly.
Driver, of course, very impactful.
The deck itself is very, very good at going first. And that's why we just wanted to play non-engine.
Okay, I think the best place to start is just using this, cutting the Gamma package, so you go to 37 cards, and then you can play either a different non-engine card that leaves you exactly at 40, or we play like some more Runics. But I think that is how you... I think that's how we start. Let me build that first. I assume... I don't even know if we need Sprint, but we probably Gigantic. Fur Hire... Beat... Rafale, Dawnpa, 3 here. No, not Mayhem. Rookie or Mayhem? This one, right? Rookie. And then extra deck I have to check later, but I assume it's some amount of these. And then Fossil Dig. Runic. Some amount of these. Yeah.
Which are strong enough to win you games going second. Ash Blossom was kind of weak. Drawing just Ash Blossom against Kashira is really not enough. Yeah, that's why we decided to play these 2.
Yes, basically, since we only had spots for 6, now we're playing 41 cards, so we played 7, but it was basically 6 non-engine slots plus the driver. We want to make sure that if we're drawing 1 non-engine on average, that non-engine is enough to carry a game going second. And cards like Ash Blossom, while they're very generic, usually are not impactful enough to turn a full engine hand into an engine hand that breaks the board necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, Evenly works pretty well with the Runic cards. If you, for example, if you go second against this bright board, the only interaction you have is like Carrot. If you resolve Evenly, you just win. You just need to draw Evenly with Flashing Fire, Curses, or double Evenly. Yeah.
Also, how often did that happen to you against the Sprite or Melfi Sprite deck that you just went battle phase and they didn't have the carrot but had starter and they just had to kill the cat, the Melfi cat, just because of the threat of Evenly?
Not in the main event. No.
Okay. I think the funny part about that is because the Runic deck doesn't care about going battle phase. Like you can go battle phase every time without losing anything, so opponent always has to be scared of Evenly, and they never know whether you're going to do plays with Gary and just force interruptions that way, or just play in the battle phase to play around like IP or other main phase stuff, or if it's actually Evenly coming and decks like Labyrinth want to save their resources. Like sometimes Labyrinth, if you go battle phase, they just shotgun like 3 of their traps to bounce back all their resources. I've had it happen that I didn't even need to Evenly then anymore. Because they only had like 1 or 2 cards. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep this as a discard.
Yep.
So yeah.
Pretty good. That's for the main deck. The extra deck. We played for the Runic Fusions 2 Hugin, 1 Winin, and 1 Jerry. This is kind of obvious. This one too. This one is sometimes needed because of its level. You can rookie this one into like a level 2 Fire monster. Yeah, you can also play around like Cosmic Cyclone, or if you activate with the face of a fountain, a Runic card to summon, you can play around like the Big Welcome if they don't chain the Big Welcome graveyard to bounce a fountain on your activation of your Runic card. Yeah, and draw cards. Yeah. For the links, 2 Donner, 2 Fogo. These 2 are like the main part of the extra deck. Both insane. Yeah. This one is like a soul shard every turn. This one draws 3 cards.
Do you want to explain their exact effects for a second for people that haven't read Fur Hire cards in 2023?
This one is basically a diamond type of. For the first effect, the second effect is you can tribute a fire monster and special summon one fire monster from your hand or from your graveyard. If you tribute a link monster, you can summon.
In Runic, I can still use evenly on a BP that I'm forced to skip. No, you cannot. No, you cannot do that. What you can do though is you can go into the battle phase when you haven't activated a Runic yet. And then in the battle phase, you can activate Runic cards, summon Geary, Crash, or activate Freezing Curses to negate an effect or something. And then you can still evenly in that battle phase. And then you skip your next turn's battle phase, not this turn's battle phase. But if you have to skip a battle phase, there's also no end of the battle phase, no.
Instead. And you can trigger the fire monster's search effect, for example, beat, because Donner summons.
After,
It
sounds one of the monsters first, and then
you can trigger the effects of the fire space. And this one draws every turn a card if the card on your opponent's side is destroyed, or 3 card if you control 3 or more fire monsters. And it summons a fire monster.
Summons from deck and draws 3 cards. We thought that would have been good at some point.
Yeah, these are obviously really good going second into a board. I did it a lot, baited my opponent's interruptions, and in the end I summoned Rex and went full combo, popped the board, drew a couple of cards, and
also they're kind of generic because they just need different types, so you can make them with literally anything that's left on your board, like even Bystials or whatever. Just go into these at any point if you bait interruptions with sprites or whatever.
And playing many engines makes it easier for you to summon these guys, because you play fairies, beasts, thunders, everything basically.
Yeah, and I guess Folger's also the main argument to play this version, because other Runic decks I felt like kind of struggle into boards, because of course the Runic cards are very good into boards, but if you trade all the Runic cards into the board, it's hard to establish a fountain with even a Runic in hand after that. So this deck can just play all their cards into the board, resolve one Folger with a pop, draw 3, and then you're probably set to go for the opponent's turn.
For other link monsters,
this deck looks kind of hype.
IP Master Arena, you summon this very often during your turn 1 combo, because you can turn the IP into Nightmare Phoenix or Nightmare Unicorn. Nightmare Phoenix is pretty good because you can trigger Folgo to draw cards, especially very important against Labyrinth, because usually you can only pop face-up cards.
By the way, you can't Gary Crash in Fur Hire Runic Spright. It turns off Rookie. I learned this the hard way on Master Duel. Ooh. Rookie Fur Hire. You cannot declare attacks the turn you activate this card except with monsters. That's a good thing to point out. Yeah, that's important.
You don't pop, but this one allows you to pop face down as the traps, so you can trigger this on the opponent's turn to draw 3. Yeah. And the last thing monster is the Scarecrow Triad. This one is like an auto win against Branded. You just summon this guy and you win. Yeah. I think so.
Also, I guess the cool part about this deck is that it has more extra deck space than nearly all the other Runic decks, right? Like especially the Twin Runic deck even sometimes has to side stuff like Mannequin Cat, or Naturia has like a bunch of synchros, and Plunder has to play like 2 of every ship, and this is probably the only deck that can even afford to play like Nightmares and even a card like Tryhard just to be Despia. Because the only requirements are like really the 4 for hard.
And some exceeds, of course, because we're playing Sprite cards.
I guess, yes.
Yeah, we just played one gigantic. This card is not that important. If they were the beginning card, it's okay, I think. You usually just need it for going first, I think. Like going second, you don't want to lock yourself into level link rank 2s.
Yeah, gigantic is really cool because you have kind of a backup plan, I guess, if your Rex gets hand trap as well.
Why do you think Evil Twin Runic is better than Fur Hire? I don't know yet exactly. Like I chose Twin Runic for YCS London, but I didn't know about this deck. I wasn't involved in building it. I didn't talk to Dinka before the event. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why we're looking at it right now, because it might be better. I think if Bystials are popular, this could be better. There's a few things. I think basically what it comes down to is I think both versions have their pros and cons. And it's gonna come down to the format, which of the two is better. Because there are things that I think the Runic Twin deck can do better than this one. And I also think the Runic Twin deck is a little bit more consistent because it has, it basically doesn't play any bricks, quote unquote, right? Like, I mean, Rafale, Donpa, Rookie Fur Hire, those cards are not that great if you don't draw your other Fur Hire cards. Whereas in the Twin Runic deck, you have no bricks. Like, every single card is just heat, right?
Yeah, because basically, if you cannot get to Folgo on your turn, but you still have like Sprite or Gigantic play, then what you can do oftentimes is end on an IP and make the Folgo on the opponent's turn. I think you did that in the feature match.
Yeah, when I got rolled, I just set up Folgo with IP for my opponent's turn, and
and just drew all the cards in the opponent's turn. It's pretty insane.
Gen Buster, because we're playing Sprite cards. This is like a protection for hand traps, of course, and the Mannequin Cat, which is pretty cool in this deck, because you usually you cannot resolve Folgo if you combo first turn. You cannot resolve the draw effect because your opponent has no cards on the board if they don't gamma you. This card allows you to resolve this card actually first turn, because you summon a bunny on the opponent's board and then can pop it and draw a couple of cards. This card is also really good into cash because you give them a body, especially against Shifter. You just summon back to Shifter, you summon everything in defense, you go Jet Blue, Gigantic into Red Carrot, and you just chill one turn, and next time you kill them, basically.
Yeah, Mannequin Cat basically, and against Spright, I feel like it just FTKs them if they ash you or something, or even draw you, because you can summon the monster to their side. Okay, I guess against draw you can't draw, but
against Ash,
against Ash it's really strong. Because you get a free red because it's fire, and then you can resolve Folgo on your turn to draw 3, pop the Ash, and then on opponent's turn you draw 3 again, and it's just -4 for the opponent.
yeah. Basically, every time you resolve this to draw 3 cards, you win the game. That's for the extra deck.
Yep.
For the side deck, the weird part. Yeah, we played 3 Ash. This is pretty good against all the rogue decks, and also you can side these in going first against almost everything. Because we have to side out the Gammas, the Driver, and the Evenis. Ash is pretty good for that, especially for Labyrinth and Branded. More hand traps, because we respected Mathmech. 3 Bystials, 2 Magna, 1 Bruce form. This one can also search Raphael if you need it. Yeah.
I don't respect Mathmech, but I get what you're
the best
saying.
side card against Despia going first, and second is the Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. Also works against Kashira going first.
Yeah, but it's not that flexible, so we weren't able to maintain.
We just had to, because of the setting patterns, we just sent out 2 slots for this card.
Yeah, because Bystials and Ash are already very good against Despia, so we didn't need very specific hate.
1 Duster for Labyrinth. It's also pretty good against Kashtira going second, because you have to somehow remove Birth and Preparations. Called by for going first, 2 hand traps. The Smashers, if we go first, we side this in, or in some matchups also going second, like Labyrinth if you have to out floodgates, and also against runic decks. 1 Thunder King for the Mannequin Cat.
Mainly against Spright.
Yes, against Spright, Mathmech. Yep.
Tritron, I guess.
Tritron, yeah. 1 Wiz, this card gives you life points, and also negates spell traps. And the last 2 cards for going first. We were looking for a card which we can always side in against every matchup going first. We already played Ash, and the next best card were 2 Spright Jets. Yep.
Yeah, they help you play through hand traps a bit better, because even though they're not blue, of course, we figured that as long as
I don't get why they didn't side Chaos Hunter. I mean, maybe because if you get shifted and Mannequin Cat on the shifter, you can just Folgo draw 3. I don't know. I feel like if you already play Mannequin Cat, I feel like siding the Chaos Hunter is very natural thing to do. So I probably agree. I would do that. Yeah. Against Cash, they just gave the shifter back, and that was good enough. I mean, yeah, maybe that's also true, but it's like it. If you play Chaos Hunter, you basically auto win against shifter because you can just resolve Fountain. If they get shifted, they need access to the Fur Hires. Then they're fine because then they can just Folgo draw 3. It didn't work in the top 4 match though. Did they get shifted in top 4 and then mannequin it back and still lost? I think that can happen, yeah.
Have a full engine hand and like very specifically different engines, like like Runics with 1 extra engine or even like all 3 engines.
Shifter Gamma though, okay, fair.
One,
yeah, that's hard.
Gonna stop you enough. And board breaks, of course, I feel like this deck's basically immune to, because once you get your setup, it's incredibly hard to break it. Like to actually get to a point where you're in a winning position as the opponent. And so we felt that having Jet as an additional sprite that threatens more
Shifter Gamma is hard either way. Shifter Gamma is hard either way.
There's more searches that can potentially, even if you get hand trapped, get us to starter blue, just more bodies, just more interruption in a simplified game state, which is probably the best way to go as a generic going first card.
Yep. The other option would have been Talents, but Talents is pretty bad into decks without hand traps. Sometimes Despia doesn't have hand traps.
Okay. Okay. So we're doing 2 and 2. We're doing 1 and 1. We're doing Gin Buster. We did Nightmares. We did IP. We did Mannequin. And we did Try Hard. That was their extra deck. I'm just gonna leave it at that for now. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who should repeat what that stuff does. Oh shit, remix time. Is main deck evenly good again this format? Well, that is something I want to figure out. I think it's a solid starting point. All right, now we have 2 in a row. Bro, is it too cheap? Is it too cheap? I'm wondering. Maybe need to increase the cooldown on the remix. I think we just have to maybe talk about the price at some point. No, we don't. I think we might have to. I haven't had enough points for the remix in months and I watch every stream. Dude, then you probably have made some... You've probably made some questionable decisions in the gambas. I think that's all. I think that's all that let's talk about what really happened. You've probably just gambat away your points not responsibly. I do not gamba. Or yeah, maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's your problem. There you go. Either way, not my fault. Either way, not my fault, dude. When are we grinding Duel Links Worlds? Dude, there's nothing in the world that makes me qualify or try to qualify for Duel Links Worlds. Like, I'll give you one thing. I thought about it for maybe like a split second because it would be freaking insane to qualify for multiple world championships in 1 year. It would just be a Giga Chad move. I thought about trying just for that reason, you know, just because it would be freaking insane. But I don't think I have it in me to spend another weekend like that when we are already qualified for Master Duel Worlds. Like, it would be freaking hype, but dude, it was so hard. It was so stressful. We got a lot of subs, we got a lot of viewers, but nah, I'm not doing that again for Duel Links. I just don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. Duel Links would be way less competitive. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think that is true. I think Duel Links is not easier. I don't think it's less competitive. I think there's a lot of people that still really play Duel Links competitively, and they will try very hard. They will try very hard. It's not even about the number of players, because I don't know how many people still play Duel Links. I'm sure the numbers are going down for Duel Links. But it's just about like the top competitive scene. All it takes is like 50 dedicated people or something to make your life hell, right? Because dude, it's nah. Like, honestly, I would have unironically considered it if I didn't make it in Master Duel. I would have probably done it. I probably would have done it if I failed to qualify for Master Duel. I would have probably been here and tried to qualify for Duel Links. But luckily we don't have to. Yeah, good thing I made it. Yeah. So we're not doing it. Anyways, I was about to say I'm probably not the only one who needs to get a quick refresher on how all these cards work and how the combo works. We have Rex, and honestly, this is very good practice because this deck, either this deck or the Runic Twin deck is definitely going to be relevant for this upcoming format. 100%. Dinka has a combo in the profile. Okay, then we can save ourselves sometimes. We don't have to figure it out ourselves.
Our Labyrinth. That's why we decided to play like more generic card first. Yeah.
Do you want to go through like the main combo line ones so people understand what the goal of the deck is?
Basically, yes.
We're leaking the secret.
You activate the Flashing Fire, you summon Mugen. Usually use the effect. Yeah. In this case we don't, because we don't have any cards in hand. We normally summon where is he? The Rex. Use the effect to search the Rookie. we send the if you have more rings in hand, the EMZ is empty, so now we can summon more fusions to trigger fountain. We summon a level 3 from our deck, the beat. We link these two up for the Donner. Triggered itself to summon beat and then the Rex. Now beat triggers to summon to search a Fur Hire monster, in this case the Rafale. We use beat's effect to summon Rafale from the hand and excavate, in this case, the top 2 cards of our deck and add any card of among those two to the hand.
So we went plus 1 random card already.
Yes. It can also be like a runic, Inland and something like that, yeah. Or even like a Spright blue.
Yeah, getting to choose between the different cards that Rafale excavates is actually pretty strong since we're playing 3 different engines.
Yeah.
We often have very different routes where we can go, and different cards fit different situations, right? So we can pick whether we're missing a Spright card, we can pick whether we're missing a runic card. So I felt like that was very strong, that we could flexibly fix our hand.
Yeah. After that we link all 3 into Folgo and summon Donner.
Yeah, and that's
the end board.
Yeah, then
it doesn't look that impressive, but we got a new card to our hand. On the opponent's turn, we have Rex in graveyard to use the effect. It's a quick effect during the main phase, so you can banish a Rex to summon the Rafale.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, just for clarification, we already now Rafale adds another card, so we already added 2 cards of Rafale.
Yeah.
Yeah, then
the Donner pops a card on the opponent's field, so on the new chain, Folgo triggers and draws 3 more cards.
Yes.
Yep.
So we got a pop, a potential monster negate if we drew a Fur Hire card, and 5 new cards just from Rex plus 1 random body, like level 2 body.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
I guess shout out mainly to our team Rain Trade. We prepared a lot together for this event because I think it was very hard to.
If Bystials become popular, you would root Rex to summon Beat or Donner, so you don't just lose to a Bystial on Rafale. Yeah. Because Rafale is light, right?
Actually figure out a deck.
Yeah. This looks good. The only thing that's kind of weird, quote unquote, is that there's not that much to do about the deck list, because it feels like what they did was already as close to optimal as it gets. Like, I feel like these 34 cards are set in stone. These 34 cards are set in stone, and then you only have that much wiggle room to change the deck. How did they search Rafale? Okay. Because that was relatively quickly, we're just gonna do it ourselves once. Alright, and luckily this hand already does it. But just for example, I'm pretty sure you only need 2 cards. Hold up. So you go Fossil Dig for the Rex. You go... Hold up. You go Flashing Fire, Special Hugin. Of course, normally you have more cards in hand, so you probably use the effect. You probably also do it in draw phase to play around Draw and Lockbird, yada yada. Doesn't matter here. And then you're going to normal summon Rex, and that adds Rookie Fur Hire. And then you activate Rookie Fur Hire, which is tribute a monster to special summon a Fur Hire with a level that's 1 higher or lower. You're going to summon Beat, which is a level 3. And then you link both of those away into Donner, which is tribute a monster, special summon a monster for hire from grave with a different attribute. Then if you tributed a link, you can summon 1 more. So you tribute this, and you summon back Beat and Rex, and this triggers Beat because they are summoned after each other. Bell on Donner here is mega rough. Oh yeah, Bell is good against Donner, yeah. But Beat would trigger because when it's if a monster for hire is special summoned to your field while you control this card, you can add a for hire from your deck to your hand. So that's why you search Rafale. So you summon Beat first, yes. Beat first, then Rex, triggers Beat, and then you can use Beat to special summon a for hire from your hand. Special summon the Rafale, use the Rafale to get a card to your hand, and then these make fall go, and you pass. Of course, if you have more Runics or Spright cards, the combo just gets better because you get to keep your shit around, right? You can like summon Hugin, then make Gigantic or something, or if you even want to use Gigantic, I'm not sure. Because you can just Gigantic into IP and then make the fall go on your opponent's turn. stuff like that. No, actually you can't. Folgo needs 3 monsters. Well, you still could. IP plus 2 more could make Folgo. But you can summon your sprites, you can establish red and carrot and do your stuff, and then you just end on Folgo up there, and Folgo is pretty nuts. If this card is link summoned, you can special summon a monster for hire with a different type from the 3 monsters used from your deck in defense position. So it summons out a Donpa. The one thing I'd have to figure out is I haven't played this deck at all yet, so you'd need to figure out stuff like, what if you draw the Donpa? Right? What if you draw Donpa? What do you summon from the deck? Right? Do you just summon another Rex and like not use Rex for the Folgo? This seems so much worse than Twins, not gonna lie. I don't think you understand what this does. I will say one thing, and that's something I'm like 99% sure about. If this deck opens Rex, I am 99% sure it is stronger than the Life Twin deck. If this deck draws the Rex, it's better than the Twin board. The problem that this deck has is if it doesn't draw Rex. This gets destroyed by so many hand traps. If you genuinely think that this gets destroyed by hand traps, you've never played Runic Spright in your life. Like, you don't understand that this is the most basic combo ever, and every single sprite, every single other runic card makes this deck so much more insane, and your entire deck is basically extenders. Every single card here makes this playthrough, like, you don't understand that Runic Spright in general pretty much plays through any amount of hand traps, usually without a problem. Like, you've never played Runic Spright if you think this is weak to hand traps. Genuinely. There's no deck that is better into hand traps than Runic Spright variations. Like the Runic Life Twin deck, pure Runic Spright, the Fur Hire Runic deck, you name it, Runic Spright decks are insane at playing through hand traps. People just throw hand traps at Hugin. I mean, let's be real. Throwing hand traps at Hugin, yes, it's something that people do, but it's not even that bad because Fountain is a hell of a card. You have so many layers of interruption or of extension that, like, honestly, I kind of understand hand trapping Hugin because, like, dude, you're not going to stop their plays anyways. Might as well try and hope that they don't get Fountain. Like, that is one of the core benefits of Runic decks, is that they just beat hand traps. They just beat hand traps. They feast on hand traps. Hand traps are basically just, you're hand looping yourself. It's so much easier. Literally, if I'm playing Runic Spright, I want my opponent to have 2 hand traps, because then I only have to play against 4 cards, but I'm still doing the exact same thing that I was going to do. Right? It's literally free real estate if they hand trap you. Only issue I have with Runic decks is how solved they are, so I don't see the edge in the mirror. I will say that was my biggest problem at YCS Utrecht, the one that I won with Runic Spright. The only reason I did not want to play Runic Spright was because I thought the mirror wasn't very good. The mirror wasn't that great. I didn't see a huge edge in the mirror match. But at the end of the day, I came to the conclusion that there was nothing better. And literally, if your only problem is, hey, the mirror match is 50-50, like, if that's your worst matchup, if that's your only problem, your deck's probably pretty good. That's what I realized at some point in preparation for YCS Utrecht. I was like, dude, if the only thing I'm worried about is this deck against my, like, the same deck, basically, then my deck is, you know. But in Utrecht format, Runic Spright was just better than anything else objectively. Well, but who tells you that it's not the same right now? Because the way I look at, like, if I look at these decks, I still think Runic decks are, from my perspective, better than all these other decks. I have to try some of the other decks, but I don't think any of them I'm gonna like. I am currently, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna try and keep it a secret. I'll probably be on Runic for German Nationals. There's like there's a small chance that I like a deck like Branded, Dragon Link, or Rika maybe. But the thing is, I don't even think it's a huge spoiler to anyone, but I'm probably gonna play a Runic deck at German Nationals. Like, yeah. And yeah, I am worried about the Runic Mirror match. I don't think the Runic Mirror match is great. I think it has problems, for sure. It was the same in Utrecht. YCS Utrecht, my hardest matchups were the mirror matches. I played a mirror match in top 64. That was rough. I was lucky to win the dice roll there, because the mirror match was the only matchup where the dice roll mattered. And the finals also, I won the dice roll. I don't know if I would have lost going second, but like, I think genuinely the finals for YCS Utrecht was beforehand probably a 50-50. Like, Dinka Bui was as likely as I was to win the finals. Because I don't think there was a big edge for either of us. But it was still the best bet. I mean, of course, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're only worried about the mirror match, like, literally, it's probably your choice. You have to play the deck. Because it was just miles ahead of everyone else that wasn't playing the deck. Like, genuinely, no disrespect, but every single Tierlist matchup didn't feel like a real matchup. Like, it didn't at YCS Utrecht. Like, if Runic is the best deck, like, the deck is so consistent, it does what it does every time. If it has a good matchup, it wins that matchup. Like, almost every time. And Tierlist was a good matchup for Runic. Like, you just destroyed it every single time. It wasn't close. They could go first, they could go second. It didn't matter. You just beat it. And even though I think Cash Tira is a little bit different, you know, Cash Tira is a deck that can pose some problems for Runic decks. For sure. I don't think Cash Tira with the current ban list, with the new ban list, is going to be that big of a problem. I mean, we can experiment with it a little bit, but I'm surprised when I thought about during the tier list filming earlier, when I decided, when I was between putting Cash Tira here or here, I'm surprised by how many people were like in chat and being like, "Yo, it's definitely tier 1." I don't know about that. I'm not sure. Time to play Cash with Lances again? I mean, that is basically a given, I think. Because let me tell you one thing. If I am playing any deck that is worried about Arisart, I'm going to pick Spell Outs this time around. Maybe Kurikara or Kaijus, but I think the time where you need to, like, where you need to think about it are over. I think you just play, like, dude, Talents? Holy shit. Shifter is kind of good into all those decks. Okay, yeah. Labyrinth is probably going to play Shifter now, and Shifter is good against most decks. But the Runic Spright decks, they have the Mannequin Cat technology, dude. They have the Mannequin Cat technology. And that's a problem for Cash Tira. Thrust good this format? Thrust is going to be good going second for sure. I don't know about Thrust going first in most decks. What does cat summon versus cat? You summon back the shifter. You give them shifter. And that's pretty bad for them. Mannequin cat Jinzo sounds funny. Yeah. Mannequin cat is actually one of the most toxic cards. No one tell them. No narcs. I don't want them to know. Because friggin' I love Mannequin Cat Spright. But the things you can do with Mannequin Cat to basically auto-win almost any matchup is kind of ridiculous. Like, dude, for almost any deck, you can just put a card into your deck where Mannequin Cat just becomes the most busted floodgate ever. You know, like the Testudo at Utrecht, the Thunder King that I did, what else did I do? The Chaos Hunter to counter Shifter. Dude, it's so funny. You can even Mannequin Cat a Floodgate against Labyrinth. Just summon freaking Jinzo out of your deck. What about the 8-Axis Luna deck? It's popular in the OCG. Where are you getting the info from that it's popular in the OCG? Because I haven't seen it anywhere. I think what you're maybe mistaking it for is, like, are you looking at the YCS deck lists? Have those been posted somewhere? The YCS Japan deck lists, are those out anywhere? Because I would be interested to look at that. But the difference there is they are best of one. Like, someone was also messaging me yesterday. They were like, what do you think about that deck? It got second at the YCS. What deck was it? Does someone remember? I forgot to answer it yesterday. I remember seeing it, but I forgot which deck it was. I think it was Mikanko, yeah. Hold up. YCS Japan. Ooh. Bro, I love spreadsheets. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that. Danger Yugimoto, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you. No, unironically, Mathmech is a pretty good deck for best of one. Our YCS is not very competitive. I don't think that's true. It's best of one. It's just for fun. I don't think out of the how many thousands of participants these have, I don't think everyone is just there for fun. I don't think that's true. They have like 3,000, 4,000 people. I think people try. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think the reason why people think it's not as competitive is because the decks that win it look very differently. But I don't think that's because people don't take it seriously. I think that is basically only because best of one is a different format. Best of one is very simply just a different format than best of three. And different decks do well. It's just Sack City. I don't agree with that 100%. I mean, yes, best of one has more variance, 100%. You can't deny that. It has more variance, but it definitely still has skill in it, and it's just a different, I think it's a different deck building skill that you need for best of one. Okay. So is this just going second Mikanko OTK? Surely not, because you play Prosperity. Does it go first? Well, dude, I wish I could at some point play one of these events. It'd be so hype. It goes first? Interesting. I mean, what is it? Maxi, Ash, Droll, Nib, Shifter. Set up the traps. Interesting. It's hard to say much about it, but what else is there? Super Heavy Samurai, Purely, Rescue Ace. Dude, Rescue Ace? That's... Do we get that? Please tell me we get that. Dark Magician, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. It's Rhoda. Yeah, it's if you, in case you didn't know, this is the alternate art for reinforcement of the army. I think it's hilarious. Where is it? I want it. I want it so bad. We won't? Why do we? Why are you saying that like that? Why are you so convinced we don't get that? Japanese exclusive collab? Ah, come on. With what? Like, where's this from? I genuinely don't know. I haven't seen it. What is it? Like a TV show or whatever? What is that? Power Pro Baseball. It's a Nintendo game. Okay. I don't actually know that. Okay, well then maybe... So we just don't have that game in the West? The Western world just doesn't have it? Ah. They should do that more often, I think. It reminds me of what Magic is doing right now with the Lord of the Rings things. Dude, that's so hype. It's the same where Ultimate Baseball Kit is from. Maybe. It looks like it. I don't know, actually. But yeah, that's incredibly cool. Dragon Link, Sword Soul, Rika, Runic Stun, Branded. Yeah, it's got a healthy mix of everything in this best of 1 YCS. But yeah. All right. When it comes to filling this deck up to 40 cards, I'm thinking about whether I like evenly matched. Let's discuss about evenly matched right now, chat. What are we thinking of evenly matched in this upcoming format? Because I'm looking at these decks and I'm like, evenly is looking pretty solid, right? The one deck where, or the two decks where evenly could not be that great is, you don't feel great with evenly, I think, against Spright because they have Carrot. Like, losing your battle phase just to bait Carrot is kind of cringe. But if you're playing a Runic deck, you can also just, you can Gary to get rid of the Carrot. So that's probably fine. But in general, it's alright. The only other deck where evenly isn't great is probably Branded, right? Because Branded has the option to disable your evenly with the new Albion fusion, right? The new Albion fusion completely invalidates evenly. How do you feel about tier? In the TCG, I don't see why people are hyping it. If people are even hyping it. I think it's not terrible, but I don't think it's great. Super Heavy Samurai and Manadome are both bad matchups for evenly. Yeah, okay. Well, good thing no one is going to be playing those decks. Or, like, not many people are going to be playing these, I think. How does Dark World go second? It doesn't. How do you out the Albion fusion in Runic decks? Albion the Sanctifier Dragon cannot be used as fusion material. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Albion once per turn. During your opponent's turn, you can target 2 monsters in any grave spell. So So my question is, do I have to out it? Because I don't feel like I need to. Also, Tryhard is kind of broken against Tryhard is pretty broken against branded. How does branded out Tryhard? Can they? It's only like super poly or branded banishment, right? Mirror Jade, Chain, branded in red. That works, right? Because it's not like Baguska, right? Because if the monster... It's not like Baguska. It doesn't work? It's the same as Baguska? Wait. So Baguska says... No, they are worded differently. Because Baguska says, negate the activated effects of monsters that were in defense position when that effect was activated. They are worded very differently. Read Tryhard? Yeah, Tryhard says, unaffected by the activated effects of defense position monsters. If I activate the effect of a defense position Mirror Jade, and I chain branded in red, and then I banish it, at resolution, that effect is not an activated effect of a defense position monster anymore. I think you guys are majorly chatting right now. If you think this is the same as Baguska, you are heavily capping. There's no way. It was activated in defense position, but that's not what it says. That's what it says on Baguska. Baguska says, negate the activated effects of monsters that were in defense position when it was activated. Tryhard doesn't say that. Tryhard just says, unaffected by the activated effects of defense position monsters. Because I'm not saying you guys are 100% wrong. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm saying if you guys are right, it's worded very poorly on Tryhard. Because if this is ruled like that by on Tryhard, it's like yeah. Because what you're saying under your logic is skill drain chain branded in red would also not work. Because it says negate the effects of face up. No, I guess that's a poor example. Scratch that. You can send Malong with Grand Guignol. Grand... Yeah. It's just like Baguska, you can test it in Master Duel. Look, the thing is, even if it's true, my point is, it's worded very poorly. Right? Even if you're correct, you're not correct like for the correct reasons. World Legacy World Shield is face up in my main monster zone. In this situation, my opponent synchro summons a Black Rose Dragon and activates its effect that destroys all cards on the field. If my opponent also chains Compulse and returns, will its effect destroy? Even if Black Rose is no longer on the field when its effect resolves, its effect is still treated as one activated by a monster special summon from the extra. See, the thing is, I don't think that is the same as well. I don't think position is the same as where it was summoned from. I don't think... look. Yeah, I don't know. It is worded poorly, but tryhard checks when the effect was activated in which position the monster has activated the effect. He doesn't care if monster moves location because of where he activated matters. Okay, even if that is true, then what it comes down to is the card is worded poorly, especially if we have wording like Baguska. Baguska is an older card than tryhard and still is worded way better than that. Because on Baguska, there is no doubt how it works. So the question is, why didn't they just word it like that on tryhard? Right? And so the only thing I have an issue with right now is like, it's not about who's right or who's wrong here. It's like how people in chat are treating the people that have a different opinion. It's like, it is very reasonable to think that Scareclaw tryhard works differently than Baguska. So don't be like, what the fuck? Of course it works like Baguska. You guys are stupid. It's, you know what I mean? Like, just talk to each other like normal freaking human beings, because it's very reasonable to think that they work differently. Or it's also reasonable to think that they work the same because the freaking text is what's messed up. Because it's like, there is no reason why they are worded differently. So there's a judge post here. If I control, my opponent uses Mirror Jade in defense, and as a Chainlink 2 uses branded in red, banishing Mirror Jade, can my opponent banish the Scareclaw, or is it still unaffected since the effect was activated in defense position? Since Mirror Jade effect was activated while it was in defense, if it chooses Scareclaw Triad or Resolution, Triad is unaffected and is not banished, even as Mirror Jade is not on the field when the effect resolves. There's also a male ruling for Exiled Force versus Scareclaw Tryhard. If Exiled Force is tributed to target Tryhard, Tryhard is unaffected and remains on the field. So basically, they work the same. Tryhard and Baguska work the same way, but they are worded differently, is what it comes down to. Which, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. But there's no reason to be disrespectful about it and be like, yeah, of course they work the same, or of course they don't work the same. You know what I mean? So apparently, chat, apparently what it comes down to is they work the same way. The translation is just weird. So the only way to out it, in branded is to do something with like Malong. Or Super Poly. Simple as that. So there's that. Imperm? Well, yeah, Imperm works. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course, Imperm works too. Or something like Druid's Worm. It's just in-engine, branded can't really out it. What about the Mirror Jade field wipe? That works. That works, of course. Yeah, if your Mirror Jade dies by your opponent and destroys the field, of course that works, yeah. What about Titaniclad? Titaniclad gains attack after fusion summon is unaffected by activated effects. No, it's still turned to defense position. Titaniclad is just in defense position. The reborn effect of Aluber? The reborn effect of Aluber. Yeah, that also works. Well, yeah, regardless, the card is good against branded because all the outs that you have are either you have to draw a non-engine card that you can't search or you have to do some weird stuff. The only thing that's like new and works is the Grand Guignol send Malong, which is that a thing that they do? Do they play Malong? Where is branded at right now? I have like I rated it highly on the tier list. I did rate it highly on the tier list, but I don't know how people play it right now. Is there like a go-to branded deck list already for the new ban list? We could watch Galzo. Hold up. We're still not subscribing to Galzo because there's a gimmick puppet nightmare in the thingy, but we can watch it.
On YouTube, welcome back to another video on the channel. Today we finally have the new format, branded deck list. Not much has changed, surprisingly. Some side deck options, maybe a little bit of main deck adjustments, but overall the deck was not really affected significantly by the ban list.
Konami was being extra nice to branded players, including Galzo, because they were like, hey, we're seeing that you're kind of making this mistake of putting branded explosion into your deck. Like, you're actively making the deck worse. So here, take my advice. Banning branded explosion. Banning branded explosion was actually not something they did to make branded worse. They made it to make the branded players' decks better. It was actually a buff to branded because it forces them to remove a bad card from their deck, right? It's simple as that, right? It's just like here, some support for branded. Yeah, they deck doctored on their ass. Yeah, basically.
Going to see this deck in action during the next few days when I have gameplay reviews on the channel, so it's worth sticking around, liking the video to spread out the love, and of course subscribing, turning on
like taking away the third fountain, yeah.
Notified when I upload these gameplay reviews. Without further ado, let's get into the deck profile. Sorry for the glare right here. A lot of like the cards seem really bright, but
okay, you have Starlight Mirror Jade and Ultimate Aluber. Okay, sorry for the cards being so shiny. It's all right. Yeah, I understand.
You kind of know them by now, right? Again, not much has changed, but this card just keeps popping out of nowhere. What is this? Yeah, let's just get into the deck profile, make it quick because not a lot has changed. Again, we're playing 3 Aluber, still 3 Albaz. I had like sort of like a mini thought whether I should maybe reduce the amount. I don't think so. Quem is really good. Kashira is still in the format, so again, you don't want the Rise Heart to be banishing like, you know, 2 of these or 1 of these and you only left with 1. Then for the one-offs, we're playing Courier. We are playing Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, and you saw earlier this week that we can still make it. No reason for me not to play in the main deck because it's still really consistent.
Oh, there are reasons.
For Albion, I'm playing the Dragoon package, and then I'm still playing 2 Cartesia, 1 Quem. I'm playing a small Bystial package of 1 Lubellion, 1 Serenir. And then for the hand traps, I am playing the 2 Ash, 2 Ghost Bell. I think Ghost Bell in this format is going to be a little bit better. It's mainly like as a cross-out target to protect your plays, but I think it's still going to be played. I think it's going to be very solid in this format against things like Runic, against Labyrinth. These 2 are like good against Runic, good against Labyrinth, good against Kashira for Birth, good against Branded, both of these. No reason not to play them. And then for additional targets and hand traps, of course, Infinite and Permanent. So this is the monster lineup. Really not much has changed over here. Like nothing was really removed, I think, except for Bell, which is new. I think it's a really good addition to the deck. Then we're playing 3 Fusion. Surprise. 3 Opening, 3 Deployment. Still, I think this is so good. Like having 5 Cartesias, if you want to lock with Puppet or summon a Jinzo, you have to play Cartesia at 5, basically. So Branded Lost in red, Called by the Grave, Foolish Burial, 3 Designator, 2 Talents, 1 Retribution. No expulsion in the main, rip! Super solid 41 cards, extremely clean, a good balance of going second cards and, you know, Talents as a board breaker. And then we have a lot of utility on the side as well. I think the deck is extremely consistent in 41 with a lot of like, you know, you probably see like 1 non-engine card, which is good. And yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. It's performing really good. You're going to see it in the next coming days. So 2 MJ, actually nothing changed except for 1 card in the extra deck. 2 Albion, 1 Masquerade, 1 Dragon Spelia, 1 Kratos. Please don't not play this card, I'm begging of you. 1 Lubellion, 1 Sprint. This card, even if you don't play Kit, this card is really good against Kashira. You can pop their back row, you can pop the Birth. Good against Labyrinth, against Floodgate, stuff like that. I currently really like it. And the main utility and reason why you play this is because you use Albaz as its own effect a lot of the times. And having this means that every monster, no matter what type it is, no matter what attribute, if it's special summon this turn, you get to use it. So this is why I play Sprint. Chimera, Dragoon, Rindbrum, still good with a graveyard effect. Scarred is bonkers. Play the Scarred, this is how you lock, but it's also like a really good boss monster. Yugioh and Titanic Lad. I decided to cut Lulu Wallowith from the deck for Titanic Lad. I think this offers more purpose. This is a better monster on the board, in my opinion, and sometimes you just can't summon Lulu. I didn't really see a use for Lulu. Like, barely.
I've never seen someone play Malong in Despia. I'm just wondering if that's something that's actually standard. Because it's also not in here.
Ever, and didn't really use it in my
I don't think they usually play that
this weekend, so, you know.
Right?
People said maybe cut it. I decided to listen. This card, I think, is back. Good against back row, good against cash, good against, like, you know, non-super Omni-Negate boards right now. I think it's going to be solid. 2 Cosmic, 2 Lightning Storm, and then 2 Eclipse. I wanted, like, a good mix of board breakers. Put it right here. Some board breakers, some going second cards, some utility against floodgates. I think these are going to be pretty solid. Like, this top row, Labyrinth is going to be really strong. Kashura has good back row as well. And then 2 Magna, 3 Nibiru, and then we're missing... He always escapes the Jinzo. I'm still running this. We'll see how it goes. I think this is very good utility to have versus things like, you know...
So you basically do this like Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, but just against Labyrinth, you do Jinzo? I guess that makes sense. I mean, if you already play the combo lines for that. You know.
Versus Labyrinth, like, Puppet isn't really effective against them, so I think the side is not really like super packed, so you can definitely fit it. I think it's very clean overall.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the same as before. I was just wondering if there was any changes because of the ban list. Still not taking out the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. That's wild. Kind of based running Jinzo. The Jinzo is kind of cool. Even though, of course, it feels terrible if you play Labyrinth. It's still a Troll Despair Floodgate, technically. But I feel like Jinzo somehow gets a pass because he's kind of the OG Floodgate, you know? Floodgating trap decks is okay. Give them a taste of their own medicine. I guess that's one way to look at it. I guess that is one way to look at it, yeah. What is this Mathmex Super Heavy Samurai that y'all are talking? Is that something I have to be worried about? Is that a YouTube video somewhere? Is that something I need to be worried about? Jesse was cooking yesterday. I honestly, if you want my honest assessment, I don't think it's probably not something to actually worry about. It's probably not something to actually worry about, but let me see. Yeah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I've analyzed. There's no way. Bro, what the hell? What is that sorting, dude? I couldn't look at that for longer than a second. Raid Raptor Cash can make a rise untargetable too. It's funny. Yeah, we've seen it. It won a nationals. What was it? Brazil? I think it was Brazilian nationals, right? That it won. It's probably an okay version of Cash Tira now. I still don't know I'm still not sure if that's like real. Runic Twin Spright. I mean, I have a list on Runic Twin Spright already, but it's like the same as before. It's like, it's funny because for both of those, for both of these Fur Hire, for both of these Runic decks, you have exactly 6 slots to beat the metagame. And honestly, it's probably, both of them are probably almost equally good. Right? Like, you probably do evenly, right? Because I mean, that's what we talked about earlier. We got caught somewhere. We got distracted. But I was talking about evenly, and I was like, it's only bad against branded because we talked about branded and the sanctifier thingy, because the sanctifier plays around it. The sanctifier makes evenly pretty bad against branded if they go for that line, right? Other than that, evenly is pretty good against almost any deck here. I'd play evenly and talents. Evenly, talents are good guesses. I think Kurikara is also solid. Kurikara, because Kurikara is also pretty good against Spright decks, I think. Kurikara is okay against Spright decks. Kurikara is good against Cash. Kurikara is... I don't know how good it is against branded, to be fair. What is Twins out to Dragoon? You just deck him out, dude. You don't mind. Or you just, wait, Dragoon, can't be destroyed by card effects. And can't be targeted. Oh yeah, Trouble Sunny outs it, yeah. Trouble Sunny just outs it. You could do Muckraker into Goddess. It can't be link sum. It can't be used as link material to turn it link sum. You could use Goddess. You could use Goddess, yeah. When are German nationals? It's 2.5 weeks. It's not that long, dude. Is Abomination better than Avramax? Abomination, I played Abomination at YCS London and I made it a couple times. It was solid. I don't know if I would play specifically Abomination again. The thing about this extra deck is also, do we still go for Nightmare Griffin? Is that still the best end board? Because my end board at YCS London was the following. Hold up. My end board at YCS London was... let me see. It was... Was IP up here? Yeah, IP was up here. We had one here. One here. Right? And then we had red or carrot. I think it was carrot because of evenly. Was it this? No. Here. This was it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was the end board. And then what you would do is you would IP plus this into Griffin. And then this would bring this back. And then carrot negate by tributing this. And then this brings this back. And this draws. That is the end board, yeah. The question is that still is Griffin still the best thing to do here? In this upcoming format. Because it was pretty good against Kashtira. And it's also really good against Branded. I don't know if this is good in mirror matches. Oh, it's good in mirror matches. Don't you worry. I'm fine in the mirror match with that board. I'm all right. Can you blue with Griffin? Yeah, you can. If this is your situation, Griffin says linked. The monsters have to be linked. And a monster that this Lila right now is linked because it points to carrot. If the carrot was here, you couldn't activate it. But linked just means that the arrow has to point to something. So the Lila is linked right now, and the carrot is also linked. It's not the same as co-linked. Pointed to or pointing somewhere. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's how it is. So all three cards right now are linked. None of them are co-linked, but all three are linked in some way. That's the definition of linked in Yu-Gi-Oh! The thing is, what are the other options? What would we even be able to end on if it's not IP into something? Like if it's not Griffin, what can we do? Right? We could go we could make Unicorn, but that's always an option. Avramax can be a thing, but Avramax is not really a disruption. Also, Avramax, I don't think Avramax is as auto-win as you want it to be. Right? Because branded outs Avramax really easily. I don't think Labyrinth has a big problem with Avramax, does it? Kashtira can Zeus Avramax. Rika contribute Avramax. Seals doesn't target. I don't think Avramax is auto-win enough for you to do it. Avramax doesn't need to be an auto-win. It just needs to have the opponent exhaust some resources. But the thing is, the same Griffin does the same thing. Griffin also doesn't have to auto-win you the game. If they have to spend a lot of stuff to get rid of Griffin and have to skip a couple of their effects to get through the Griffin, that's also fine. And I think Griffin is usually better because it's an immediate disruption. It stops your opponent from doing things. How does Cash make Zeus under Avramax? I'm pretty sure Kashtira is going to be playing... Isn't there a rank 7 that can attack directly? I think they start playing that now because they have way more space in the extra deck. What is it called? There's a rank 7 that does that. I'm pretty sure. This one. If you control no other monsters, this card can attack directly, but when it does so using this effect, the damage is half. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you play that. Or you can also just out it with Scareclaw Kashtira. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think Avramax is pretty bad. I think Avramax is pretty bad, all things considered. There's multiple outs. For it. But Griffin still seems good. I mean, Griffin still seems like it beats most of those decks. What would you cut in the extra in order to play Mannequin Cat? There is nothing in the extra deck you can cut except for 2 cards, I think. 3 cards. You can cut Abomination. That card, I think, is optional. I did summon it a fair amount in London, I remember. Summoning it a couple times. But the card is optional. You can cut Unicorn. That was a card that the others I built the deck with didn't play Unicorn, but I did. I think it's essential for Runic decks. I like it, but you don't have to play it. And then the other card that you can cut, actually, is Sprint. it's basically you'd have to be a high risk, high reward kind of person to cut sprint. But basically, sprint only comes up in the least powerful version of the combo. The worst version of the combo uses sprint. In every game where you draw a normal hand, an average hand, you don't use sprint. Because you only need sprint if you don't draw any twins. If you don't draw any twins, you need sprint. But that line is not great. If people start playing Bystials, won't Griffin get much worse? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Oh, yeah. Do you just end on 2 elf twin if sprint? I can show you what you do if you don't. Let's see. If you don't have the twins. It depends a little bit on how many runics you have. But let's say we don't. This hand's, oh god. So if you don't have a twin, what you do is the following. You go like jet starter. We do sprint first. It's been a while. Hold up. Sprint first to send purple. Gigantic. Here, if you have it, you would activate another runic. Of course, you would use tip to search, but let's say we have another runic. And then we draw 3 with fountain. It's just not guaranteed that you have that many runics, but... What is wrong with DB right now? Give me that counter. Okay. And then... You'd have to... Wait, we would probably start her at some point. For Carrot. And then Gigantic summons the other twin. Frost. And then you would just make IP. And then twin combo under IP. Right? Here you go, twin combo. So it would be this first. Bring this back. This. Bring this back. Draw a card. So if you don't draw a life twin, you do this, and you have 5 cards in hand. Because this was 4 cards. This was a Sprite and 3 runics in this case, and you drew 4 cards back. So, and this only matters. So it could be something like this, right? It could be something like this, but you lose your carrot because you don't have enough bodies. Are there alternatives if you don't draw enough bodies to make this? Well, I mean, if you only draw runics, you're not getting there. But this is... It's very unlikely that you don't draw enough bodies to do this. Because if you don't have a twin in your hand, what is your hand? Like, what do you mean not enough bodies? What do I have? 3 evenlies? Like, surely I have a runic and a sprite. Or like 2 runics, because if I didn't draw any life twins, there's not that many other cards I can have. And I'm also going to draw more cards off of fountain. Like, I think you have to have enough bodies. You have to have enough bodies to do this. There's no way you don't. What's your combo with 3 evenly 2 Kurikara? I don't have an answer. I couldn't think of a funny answer. Do you think Cosmic is worth maining next format? I mean, if you're really worried about Floodgate, Labyrinth, and Runic, then maybe. Generally, I don't think so. Cosmic Cyclone just strikes me as one of those cards that just, in general, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't impactful enough to be considered a main deck card. Right? Because, like, literally the only deck where Cosmic is really good is Runic. And against every other deck, it's just like, you have to pray that it's actually okay. It's not bad against Kashtira, but when you go second, there's like a billion cards that you would rather have than Cosmic. Like, there's so many cards that are better than Cosmic in that matchup, it's not even close. All right, chat, I have lunch right now, and I don't want it to get super cold, so let me see what we react to today. I haven't looked in the React Andy suggestions in the Discord in quite a while. What is there? Wild Survivors, everything you need to know. That's something, I mean, we need to know it, right? Also, there was this one. It says, this video is featuring Josh. Okay, so I want to see what that is about. I want to see what that's about. It's only 50 seconds, though. I don't think that's enough to finish my food, but we'll still watch it.
Top 5 June ban list best hits. 5. Poorly Delicious Memory. 4. Lightning Storm.
Why?
3. Branded Expulsion. 2. Meth Mech Circular. 1. Number 89 Diablosis the Mind Hacker.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Honorable mention.
What the hell? Okay. Accurate. Accurate video.
Wild, wild, wild survivors, June 2nd, release for buyers, Hungry Burger, Dino VS, everything you need to know. At TK, we don't know how to play. Xeno Meteorus is a level 6 tuner that can summon itself if a card is destroyed, and can pop a dinosaur from hand or field to summon a dinosaur normal monster from deck, and lock you to dinosaur, dragon, sea serpent, or worm monsters from the extra deck for the turn. Ground Xeno searches a dinosaur tuner or dinosaur normal monster, then pops a card in hand, and can banish itself from graveyard to fusion summon a dinosaur. All the Transcendosauruses can, upon being destroyed, shuffle a normal monster back into the deck to summon themselves from graveyard. Transcendosaurus Gigantozauler is the fusion of a dino and a normal that adds a dino from graveyard to hand on special, then if it was special from the graveyard, pops one of your cards and a card your opponent controls. Glaciosaurus protects itself from battle and all of your dinos that were summoned from the graveyard from being targeted or destroyed by your opponent. Drilignithus attaches a material to summon a banished dino and doubles its battle damage if it has no materials, and Meteorus can pop 2 of your dinos during your opponent's turn to summon itself and mills a dino on summon. Not all of it is worth too much consideration, but there's a few pieces of this support that help dino do its thing more often.
Are dinos going to be playable? I don't think so, unfortunately. I don't think so, unfortunately. Or actually, no, fortunately. I don't like Dino that much, actually, these days.
With more consistency and resilience, Xeno Meteorus' lock is somewhat undesirable for a deck aiming to make Apollo, so even with payoffs like Changing
Okay,
and
good.
the criminally unloved Solda being feasible with this effect, it might not be worth playing the normal monster brick. If you do want to try and go in on this engine, there's a few good pieces of utility it offers. Meteorus being a level 6 tuner makes Baron an option. Drilignithus can rescue your 1-of Misk from the banished pile to give you more follow-up. Gigantozauler can not only get things like Overraptor and Babies out of the grave to use on turn 3, but also can act as a disruption if you trigger its effect to reborn itself upon being destroyed. Issue there, of course, is that your best option to destroy it at quick speed is with Tyranno, meaning you'll have just flipped your opponent's whole board face down right before you have to pick one of their cards to pop, so not the greatest timing. You could of course play Transcendosaurus Meteorus as your quick play pop, but his utility doesn't extend much further than that. The most likely thing that'll matter to Dino lists going forward is Ground Xeno, which can be used to search Scrap Raptor while popping a baby along the way, giving you, I think, 12 copies of Scrap Raptor now? Am I missing one? If you want the full value out of it, I guess you could use the fusion to make Dinomorphia fusions, but that's certainly not the best way to make them. No, I imagine the full potential of this card won't really be unlocked until we get a much better dinosaur fusion sometime in the hopefully very, very near future. Oh my god, Konami, please give us Hornsaurus, I'm impatient. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, Jaxel, you took French for 5 years before your brain decayed to the size of cherry tomato from alcoholism. You can fucking do this. Bouillabaisse de Nouvelle can curry a bandit for a Nouvelle's card on summon, and when it's targeted for an attack or card effect, contribute itself and any attack position monster on field to summon a level 2 or 3 Nouvelle from deck. Confitre de Nouvelle pops a backer on summon and can tag out the same way for a 3 or a 4. Politis de Nouvelle draws a card on summon and can tag out into a 4 or 5. Pay attention to the key difference there that it doesn't necessarily have to tribute itself, but you probably will anyway. Glacier de Nouvelle shuffles back 3 from graveyard on summon and tags out for a 5 or a 6. Balamonière de Nouvelle searches any Nouvelle or recipe card on summon and can target one of your opponent's attack position monsters, tribute it, and summon a level 6 Nouvelle from deck as a quick effect if it was summoned by the effect of a Nouvelle's monster. And Bagri de Nouvelle negates the effects of all cards your opponent controls on summon, then if it was summoned by a Nouvelle's monster, tributes all your opponent's monsters. It also has a quick effect to tribute an opponent's attack position monster to summon Hungry Burger from deck. Oh, better watch out, he's gonna eat ya. Oh, he's so hungry. A hungry burger, so to speak. Nouvelle's Restaurant at Table is a field spell that searches a recipe on activation, can put a ritual on bottom of the deck to draw 1, and during the end phase can put 2 cards from...
Are those good? Short answer to save you some time? Probably not. It's more like a meme archetype, honestly. It's kind of funny, but it's not. I don't think it's very good. Also, Danny Boy, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Graveyard, including a recipe to the bottom to draw 1. Recette de Poisson Fish recipe can ritual summon a Nouvelle, then if you ritual summon Bouillabaisse, you can search another recipe. Recette de Viande meat recipe ritual summons, then if you summon Confitres, changes all your opponent's monsters to attack position. Voici la carte, today's menu lets you give your opponent 2 Nouvelles from deck to pick between, then you add the corresponding recipe from deck based on what they ordered. Fish recipe for Beast Warriors, and meat recipe for Warriors. Recette.
Are you refusing to believe in the power and fattiness of the burger because you are vegan? Maybe I'm just boycotting this archetype.
The Personnel staff recipe targets a Nouvelles you control and summons a token with its level, and can send itself from field to ritual summon. Finally, Chef's special recipe is an Omni-Negate counter trap that can also banish itself from graveyard when Hungry Burger is summoned to tribute all your opponent's monsters. Ooh, better watch out, kiddies, or the Hungry Burger will get you. Finish your veggies, you little shit. Nouvelles du Belkali Salmanzar is not a real card, I just made it up. Belkal Salmanzar is Cardi B's legal name. You awake yet, sleepyhead? A lot to like about this one beyond the, how you say, très magnifique use of theming and aesthetic to influence mechanical design. There's also a lot of potential to be found in these cards, both as a more dedicated strategy and in tandem with ritual decks like Drytron. Balamonia's searching special recipe leaves you with both a counter trap and several quick tributes. The tributes do kind of pile on top of each other because of the specifics of their timing, so it's sort of like 2 Raigeki that each just happen to have a Raigeki break that triggers them. On top of that, the attack position requirement is quite limiting. It's not MR4 anymore, so plenty of decks really can just put everything in defense position until they can out your field. The deck only has one way to target its own cards natively, but since a ritual deck is bound to play Diviner most of the time, you can use that to make All Mirage and get your play started. To make Balamonière a quick effect, you'll need to play either the 3 or the 4, which isn't so bad given that Politis is a free draw, but even if you strip away all the other rituals, Balamonière on his own presents an Omni-Negate counter trap similar to the Magic Key engine. Since Special Recipe can negate monsters, it's slightly stronger than Unlocking, meaning if that version of Drytron ever became popular again, it's very likely that the Magic Key engine would be fully replaced.
That was a joke, right? Josh isn't vegan? No, of course I am. Why would that be a joke? The only thing we kill is opponents. Killing anything else is cringe.
C'est triste.
Simple as
If
that.
you want to
brother.
play a more pure variant, it's worth noting that both ritual spells are pre-preppable, and both Tenki and Rhoda can get you to your rituals. Vanquish Soul Raisin is a level 4 fire warrior that can search a non-warrior Vanquish Soul on summon and reveal either a fire in hand to protect itself from card effects, or a fire in the dark to pop all other monsters in its column. Pantera is a beast warrior that can summon
Rudex,
itself
thank you for
if
the
your main
5.
monster
Appreciate that.
zones are clear, and can reveal an earth for battle protection, or an earth and fire to pop all back row in its column. Dr. Madlove searches a spell trap on summon, reveals a dark to decrease an opponent's monster by 500, or a dark and an earth to bounce the monster on the field with the lowest defense. Heavy Borger can bounce a non-machine Vanquish Soul to summon himself, and can reveal a dark to draw a card, or an earth and fire to burn for 1500.
Farfa is calling you. Oh, man. Hello?
Bro, sorry.
Hi, Josh. Josh.
Okay, I'm changing my name.
Yeah,
Josh, can you hear us?
I hear you, yeah.
Dude, this is the rank 1 European.
Okay.
This is Josh. Please don't. He wants
Praise
to.
me.
He wants to take me to Worlds to be on his team. Do you want to play test?
Are you actually?
Yes.
Did you even do
Sorry.
Did you play?
Yeah.
No, I mean Farfa.
Me? Oh wait, no. You actually can take me. I didn't get D20.
Yeah, you have to.
Wait, you
Dude,
told
it's
me.
literally you. Wait, your name is Trust Me. Wait, no way. Okay, change your name right now to Farfa.
Oh my god, bro. Holy.
I need to see that. This is insane. There's no way it's actually you. Okay, Josh, this dude started playing Master Duel on release.
Yeah.
Right, he won. He's rank 1.
So what? When else should you start? Should you start it before release? What do you mean?
No, but it's insane. Like,
Why is it insane?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not, I said this, I'm not insane.
do you wanna take Herman?
Is he good? But again, I am not good. Okay, like if he's good, if he's good enough for the both of us, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
are
right,
we gonna play test with Josh? Josh?
I
Yo?
mean, maybe, yeah.
What was the maybe? Come on.
Okay. I
Look,
need to full
I am
commit
not
right
a
now
threat
or
to
what?
you. I'm not a threat, right? If I imagine that if we meet each other, it will be on the finals, right? And if we meet each other on the finals, I'm worse player than you. You win. Okay, boom, you got it. So it's good for you if I get to the finals. Boom.
All right.
That's insane. Okay. Hey Josh, do you have any like questions at all for him since you were half competing against him for the weekend? I'm actually like curious. You haven't spoke before now, have you?
No.
Okay.
I am utterly confused right now. What do you want me to ask?
I don't know. I'm just curious, like if there's because his name was Josh. Please don't for like half the
I mean,
weekend.
yeah, because I was
Thank you,
playing
man.
for the entire weekend and they didn't want me to catch up, I think.
Wait, your name is oh my god, you're not joking. There it is, Farfa lol.
I was joking all along. Imagine.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's it. I'm
Yeah, well, that's
logging
fair.
off now.
Thank you for
So-
joining us. Thanks for chiming in, and I guess good luck to both of you. Hey, Josh, we never really talked about your thing at all. I haven't watched your content on it, but congratulations.
Thank you.
How was it?
What do you mean? How was it? I didn't sleep.
I mean, you qualified, right? It works. It works out.
No, I'm happy I did it, but it's like I would do it again as well, but the system is pretty bad. I'm very happy how it turned out, though. I didn't expect so many people to be watching, to be fair. Like I thought it was gonna be less viewers than I normally have, but turns out people really like competitive content, so it was actually pretty cool.
Only competitive content, specifically if it's the world grind. Okay, I don't think you're gonna get this for Diamond 1 play.
Oh no,
you know.
I'm as soon as I'm now always I'm playing Master Duel without a mic now and just like full focus and I will never talk again ever.
Well, congratulations again. I'm gonna dip now, but
Thank
it's
you.
very cool. I'm so happy you actually made it.
Thank
It
you.
would have been extremely disastrous if you didn't qualify.
It would have been fine. It would have been it would have been still worth it, I think, for what it was, but it's way better that it worked. I don't want to think about it if it didn't.
Yeah, don't think about it.
Yeah.
All right. See you later.
See you. Bye-bye. The hell was that? It's like here's the rank 1 guy. I'm like, all right. What now? Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, congratulations. He never played Yu-Gi-Oh before. They started playing at release, dude. That's 1.5 years ago. That's a long time, dude. That's like, I'm pretty sure there's other people like I think Pack has won a YCS within like 1.5 years of playing the game. 1.5 years is a very long time to learn Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't need to be good at Yu-Gi-Oh to activate Maxi. Oh no, don't get me wrong. They probably had to play really well to get there. Like, unironically. I think the fact that I don't know if they were serious, but the fact that they wanted to bring Farfa just for the content was hilarious. I'm kind of sad that Farfa didn't make Duelist level max, because that would have been hype. I would have been so funny if they brought Farfa to Worlds. That would have been insane. But in all honesty, I don't think qualifying for the World Championship in Master Duel is a like true testament of skill or anything. It's just I don't feel like I am the best player or the second best player because I made it through that qualifier, because the skills that this qualifier tested are not who is the best at Yu-Gi-Oh. That is not what it is. It's like who can focus the most over 72 hours, who's the most dedicated, who has the most endurance, all that type of stuff. It was not based on skill as much. Of course, skill matters. If you play this many games, you have to be good. Like, the better you are, the better you're going to play over those 400 games or whatever it is, the more likely you are to qualify, the higher win rate you can maintain. But it is still like the main skill that it tested was not the skill at playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, it was something else. And apparently they have that. So, I mean, good for them, honestly. I mean, yeah. He said he slept 24 hours in 3 days. Yeah, I think their advantage was they kind of just had the balls to just stay at 58k, right? Because if you think about it that way, I had more points than them. I had more points than them multiple times throughout my run. I was at 59k, I think 2 or 3 times. And I just didn't stop because I didn't think that they would stop. Because I thought if I stay at 59, people are just going to pass me and I have to play again, so it's just a waste of time if I don't keep playing now. There was one moment where I was at 59 and I was like, if I win the next one, I stop at 60 and wait for the other ones. And then we disconnected and lost that game and lost another one after, which was giga cringe. Yeah. That was also great, of course, for them to reach a point where they can just basically elo set and wait for the others to play and take a nap. Obviously is a great thing, right? I mean, looking back, it feels really bad that I was at 59k multiple times during the last day and I could have just stopped and it probably would have been enough, right? But yeah, okay, where were we? Just interrupting my lunch break. I haven't even finished my food. How many games did you play? It was over 400. The Japanese number one stopped playing 8 hours before it ended. The thing is, normally that's how it goes. Is you try to hit a win streak and get to a certain point number, and then just stop. Right? That's what I tried, but I just feel like whenever I was close to a point where I would have been happy to sit, whenever that happened, I lost. Like, I was multiple times at 58 or 59, you know? The Japanese player only played at the last day because he wanted 80 plus points. Yeah, I mean... Oh yeah. Konami is financing flights and apartment. Yeah, for the World Championship, if you qualify, you get everything paid, usually. If you win the TCG qualifier and go to the TCG World Championship, who gets the Master Duel second slot? Well, it's just going to be Quantal either way, because he was third. So if I don't take my spot for Master Duel, then it's just third place gets to pick a team. Right? So it's just Quantal. Do I have to go to Germany to fly with you or not? No, of course not. They just pay you for you. Why would they bring you to Germany and we all have to fly together? Like, we're gonna be a team in the tournament. We don't have to, you know. It's like, it's not like that. We have to, no, Quantal, we have to fly together, we stay together, and we have to do everything together in Japan. We have to. They will follow us everywhere and make sure we do everything together. You have to complete each other's sentences. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, now I closed that video. Because Farfa was calling. Honestly, it wasn't that great of a video, though. Can I grab a picture with you when you're here in Tokyo, Josh? I mean, yeah, of course, if you find me. What is this one? I'm looking through suggestions on my Discord by you guys. I'm not having fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm filming this at like 2 a.m. This is a little more improvisational than a lot of the stuff on this channel, but that's because if I wrote down how I felt about this and then read it off a script, I would quit Yu-Gi-Oh! So as you can probably tell by the title of this video, this is going to be a big, long-winded third...
This was pre-list complaining?
Adjective,
okay.
Hypocritical, Rantsona type piece of content.
It's fine. Honestly, I just want to eat my food in peace right now. I just want to finish my food, so... Tell me what you were complaining about.
And I'm going to do some of these. Yeah. Just doing it for you. Yeah. It's also kind of weird because, like, not only do I make a living off of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And making videos about it, but I've also consistently gotten in front of people who say that it sucks now and that it used to be epic. Anyway, here's my video about how Yu-Gi-Oh! Sucks now and it used to be epic. So just a quick aside if you're unfamiliar with me, first off, that means the video is appearing in your recommended box, and I am not just talking to the same 40 or 50,000 people that I usually spew my little diatribes at. That's good, I guess. And second is, I'm in kind of a unique Yu-Gi-Oh! Position. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since the very start. I'm always looking for new ways to enjoy the game. I will play literally any format, historic or fan or things like Speed Duel or Rush Duel. And I've also played literally every format in Yu-Gi-Oh!'s history in some capacity. Now that the show that I'm a part of, History of Yu-Gi-Oh!, has reached the point at which I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Pretty competitively. So I can say with at least a little bit of authority that this format is not good. Not good for reasons that aren't just like like temporal, but reveal a sort of like frog in the pot shift about how we play the game that has resulted in a format that's just sort of perpetually in crisis. At the 250th YCS in London, I showed up playing a deck that wasn't particularly competitive, but I liked and did way better than I thought I would. And I thought, okay, this is going to light a fire under me. I can't wait to actually get good enough at the game that I can start topping YCSs. I'm going to put in the hours, and I sat down to play Cash Tira for YCS Philly, and I really dissipated within a matter of days. That's like an awful place to be in, right? When people whose job it is to play this game for a living don't want to play the game anymore. Anyway, let's talk about why. First, the meta. It sucks. Yes, the metagame is diverse in a sense. One of probably like 10 different decks could probably win you a national or an equivalent tournament. But when you look at overall play rate percentages, it is clear Cash Tira is really the only game in town. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players have like a worm in their brain that tells them you need to be quantifying Tier 0 formats, classifying them only if a deck gets 65% representation at top cuts. But there have been a lot of high-level tournaments recently where Cash Tira has fulfilled that condition. I personally think that describing formats in that way isn't particularly helpful, and a true Tier 0 format is one in which you are absolutely deck building for one deck in particular and nothing else. I don't think we're there with Cash. But I do think the Cash Tira is a fucking miserable deck to be occupying the top spot. Yes, the deck has this like 1 in 1,000 chance to lock 9 of your zones, but more important than all of that is their main boss monster, Arise Heart. He's a big macro cosmos, which turns off like 60% of all Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever printed. He also creates these really frustrating game states to keep track of, where every time anyone activates anything, you have to do this little side quest where you attach a card from the banished zone to Arise Heart as Chainlink 1 because it's a mandatory ability. It's like a flu-style gameplay where you're building a chain constantly. And the card is super over-centralizing. Decks absolutely have to have a game plan that beats exactly Arise Heart, or they will be losing to exactly Arise Heart. In my opinion, the most frustrating part about Arise Heart is that the cards that beat it, which is largely stuff like Korikaras and Kaijus, beat it into the fucking sun. It's at this weird nexus of card that's so individually powerful that the entire format has to warp around it, and card with so little protection that as soon as the format warps around it, games are just going to be decided on if you drew the out or not. Which brings me to skill expression in current Yu-Gi-Oh! So as a bit of background, Alex and I have been playing a lot of 2017 format for History of Yu-Gi-Oh! This year of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was largely dominated by exactly Zodiac. In the first couple of months, it really has no peer. Zodiac Pure is an incredibly powerful deck, and the mirror is pretty involved. There's some other decks that are popular and powerful around that time as well. Paleozoic, both 60 card and 40 card variants. Metal Foes Zoo, which can be both a combo deck and a sort of deck with inevitability, which decks like Zoo largely lacked. Invoked Artifact Wind Witch, and a significant amount of decks that are playing Zoo, but also supplementing it with other engines. Things like Infernoid Zoo are very...
One thing that just came to my mind, doesn't necessarily have to do something with the point right now, but something he said earlier, is I do understand where he's coming from when he says it's weird sometimes for him to quote unquote be forced to play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? When because it's his job, right? And I feel the same way, not about content creation, but I've always felt that way about competitive Yu-Gi-Oh in general, because even before I did content creation, even before this was my job, basically playing competitive Yu-Gi-Oh has something I've always been doing, and I was never the type of person to be like, hey, I don't like this certain format, I'm not gonna try as hard, or I'm not gonna go to this tournament. For me, it's kind of like, it's part of my identity that if there's a YCS like in Europe, I go, right? I don't question it of like, hey, is the format cool? Is whatever, like, do I like this or that? It's just like I do go, right? And sometimes forcing yourself to play, it can make you feel bad when like it would theoretically be so easy to be like, hey, I don't like this format, I'm not gonna take part. You know what I mean? The same goes for the Master Duel World Championship qualifier, right? It's the same exact example of like, I don't agree with the tournament structure at all. This is miserable, right? Best of 170 for 72 hours, all that type of stuff. It's a miserable thing, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't really want to do this, right? But I'm like, I have to, right? I have to, not because I have to stream it, but because my competitive mindset just is like, I have no choice. I have to do that, right? And like, I can definitely see why that's hard sometimes, right? Because you feel forced to do a certain thing. It's always different, right? Like it's different whether you do something because you want to do it or you do something because you are quote unquote forced to do it. They're not the same thing, right? Like this is why very often I do have fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but I have the most fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh when I'm not try-harding, basically. Like I have the most fun playing like historic formats. I have the most fun playing something like Cube. I love playing Cube. That type of things, right? Those type of things are the ones that I enjoy way more, but they are not the ones that, you know, fulfill me from like the competitive side of things, right? It's like I am a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player for like by heart. I love all those other things, all those other formats. I love them to death, but they are not what I identify as, basically. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if people if that's something that everyone even understands. I feel like not everyone is like that when it comes to, you know, like another example is when they introduced the world's points for the first time, right? When they introduced the world's points for the first time in 2017, it was basically like you get points for regionals and nationals, and first place in Germany gets to go to worlds. When they announced that, my year was gone, basically. My year 2017 was gone. I think I played more, like I spent more weekends at regionals than I spent weekends at home, which is not something I would do. By like, I like playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not something I usually do, right? Yeah, but I don't have a choice. I didn't have a choice back then. That's not how I work, right? I flew to America to play regionals. I have at that point in time I had never been to the USA ever to play a YCS or whatever, but I flew there to play 2 regionals on one weekend. I played I played a regional in Seattle and I played a regional in California. And like I played the regional on Saturday, and then from Saturday to Sunday, I didn't even have a hotel. I flew in the night from Seattle to California to play another regional on Sunday. Not because I wanted to do that, right? And like sometimes, did you top? I think I topped Seattle regional. I won California regional. Yeah. I won California regional. But it's like, yeah, I mean, I am happy about this hobby. Like, and everything, and all the friends I've made along the way. But sometimes I do feel like it's very much like, you know, it was no, it's not. It was Zodiac, Paleo, Draco format.
Very popular. Anyway, without spoiling too much about the next couple of episodes of the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, there is so much going on in these games. We have like double-digit games in the next 2 or 3 weeks that go to turn 15, and we are both in it the entire time. Now, I want you to sit down and ask yourself, when was the last time something like that happened?
Would you do it again? Of course I'd do it again. It's not even a question. If the world point system was still the same as it was back then, if you got a guaranteed spot for first in Germany, yeah.
Happened to you. I've been testing my ass off for this format, and I can count on one hand the number of games that I've played that have gone to like turn 5. For the last 5 or 6 years, there's been a weird arms race in Yu-Gi-Oh! Individual cards do so much they often represent an end board on their own. Think Kashtira Unicorn, for instance. So as a result, the cards that beat those cards have to be unbelievably powerful in order to counteract something that strong. Which means that in turn, end boards have to become more and more comprehensive, necessitating even more comprehensive answers, necessitating even more powerful end boards. We've gotten to a point in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the cards that beat certain strategies are unbelievable. Kurikara, Nibiru, Droll, Shifter, Kaijus, Dimensional Barrier.
I've talked about this before. This specific issue is something that they are leveling each other. Instead of designing healthy archetypes, they're creating more and more powerful archetypes. and then they're creating more and more powerful answers to that, so people stop complaining about the archetypes. And I think this leveling, I don't think it works forever. I think at some point you hit a threshold where it's like, you can't make more powerful answers than the ones we already have. Because like, I think my favorite example of this, is how flexible you are with tributing your opponent's stuff. If your opponent's deck summons one boss monster, you can kaiju them. If your opponent's deck summons 2 boss monsters, you can lava golem. If they summon 3, use sphere mode. If they summon even more, they probably lose to Nibiru or Kurikara, right? At some point, you know, the only thing they can do more than that is make like a monster that can tribute an adjustable amount of stuff, which basically Kurikara is that, right? So it's like, I think at some point they have to work on it from a game design perspective rather than a just I'm gonna make more and more powerful things. At some point they have to slow down and realize, hey, we can't do that forever. It doesn't work until infinity, because at some point it's just gonna be, hey, do you have that card that is such an insane answer to my board, or do you not? Right? And I think we're getting closer to that point.
Functionally, all of these cards read win the game, and their activation conditions for the most part can't be played around. Sure, like you can not Shangri-Ira, but you're still losing a Rise Heart off of a Kurikara when the mandatory effect triggers. As a result, getting good at a format often has very little to do with actual gameplay, and everything to do with reading your opponent, peering into their soul, determining if they have a blowout, and then deciding if it's one of those blowouts you can play around or one of those blowouts you can't. That is a skill for sure, but I'd much rather cultivate something like in-game decision making than staring. Ooh, I can tell by the way he scratched his nose, he's holding a Nibiru. Like, that sucks. That's just poker shit. That sucks. Which brings me to card design. I've started to kind of dread games 2 and 3 now. More often than not, they feel like they're decided by lingering floodgate bullshit you can't plan around. If I'm on Super Heavy Samurai, I can guarantee Droll is going to make an appearance. If I'm on Pearly, I know the shifter's coming, and I better have drawn Gamma, or that's it. These lingering floodgate hand traps and these big fucking blowouts often make the game feel like Go Fish. Got any Kurikara? Go Fish, Mr. Fox. Got any Droll? Not a one, sir. Go Fish. I sat down to try to figure out when it felt like Yu-Gi-Oh! Shifted from what it was to what it is now, and I think it must have been around 2018 when people were playing that Goki U-Link deck. If you're unfamiliar, that list summoned a billion monsters and then ended on Topologic Gumblar Dragon, taking 4 cards out of your hand. To beat that deck, you had to draw the out. And if you drew the out and retained the out after the Gumblar, you won the game. If you did not, you lost. And while that deck was completely unfair and did get hit pretty quickly, I couldn't help but think how many formats since follow the exact same gameplay loop. A first turn where your opponent sets up, a subsequent turn where you reveal if you have drawn the out or not, and then a scoop from the opponent if they didn't draw the out for your out. This isn't just combo decks either. Even slow decks like Sky Striker can get off to an insurmountable advantage unless you draw the out, post board something like an anti-spell.
Why is shifter still legal? You know what the biggest problem is, and I realize that every time when I'm making arguments like this, is that both of those things are problems, I think. The broken turn 1 boards are a problem, and the broken cards to deal with those turn 1 boards are also a problem. And another issue that we have when we talk about these things is that both of these things kind of validate each other, right? Everyone is like, oh, we need those broken go second cards, because if we don't have those broken board breakers and whatever, how do we deal with this, you know? And then the combo players or whatever, or like the people that defend the good going first stuff, the good cards for going first, they're like, well, with all those broken, like, you know, Nibiru, Evenly, Dark Ruler, of course my combos have to be strong, right? Because otherwise, you know, if my deck doesn't put up Omni Negates, I'm just getting blown out, right? What's the point? What's the point if my deck doesn't have a negate for Nibiru? It's not a valid deck, right? You know what I mean? So it's like both of those things simultaneously, we realize they are problems, but you can't have, like, basically they both exist together and they do make sense together. That's the problem. Right? Like broken board breakers make sense because the boards are too strong otherwise. So what you would have to do is you'd have to address both in the same way, right? And that's a hard thing to do. That's basically what I basically was trying to do when I made that big ban list, that hypothetical ban list. That's the point I was trying to make, is that you can't just get rid of a few things and then expect the game to be fine. You'd have to, basically the problem has a lot of roots, right? It's not just one or two things that you need to get rid of and then you're fine, right? I think that's been proven time and time again in the last couple of years, that like, oh, if they just remove Scythe now, then we're fine. Nah, that's not how it works, right? And once again, this all sounds like extremely negative, right? But I still think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very good game. There's still a large portion of games where you can play around certain cards. And a lot of it already happens in deck building, right? There's a lot of decks that don't work like that. And a lot of games where you do have good gameplay, right? It still is a good game overall, but it's going into a direction where these problems exist. And I think as a community, we should normalize talking about them in a friendly and logical manner. Because if you're interested in the future of the game, or the game having a bright future, even small problems or like whatever, they need to be addressed because they can spiral out of control, right? Which, can definitely happen.
Spell fragrance, and then they have to draw the out for your out, a mystical space typhoon or something. It just sucks. It takes a game that's well known for being a vehicle for storytelling and condenses the whole thing down into a turn and a half. Just going through some of the top decks, with Kashtira, frequently the game feels like it boils down to if your opponent can't out your big macro Cosmos, you've deaded 90% of the cards in their deck and you win instantly. If they've drawn the out, then you lose instantly. Super Heavy Samurai often feels like a race to a lingering floodgate hand trap, either something like Shifter or something like Drolan Lockbird, the absence of which is your opponent failing to draw the out for your big board that absolutely kills them. Pearly is a deck that often feels like it wins or loses based on the back if your opponent has opened a Kaiju. This one isn't as bad because they have built in archetype ways that you can recoup some of the losses and mechanisms by which you don't actually die on the spot. Mathmech's power is almost entirely concentrated in Super Factorial. If your opponent can push through it, they win. If they can't, you do. Branded is just Gimmick Puppet at this point. This is a massive oversimplification, of course. In Kashtira, for instance, there's a lot of games that reduce down to Fenrir control, and those are interesting and do have a lot of back and forth, but they are far and away the minority. My experience is that a significant amount of Kashtira games are determined by playing Go Fish.
What a fun game this is.
Which brings me to something I think would alleviate a lot of the problems with this type of card design, which is communication. Where ban list? Okay, but really, where ban list? I think I could forgive a significant amount of this if Konami was discussing with the player base ever what their design goals are, what they want Yu-Gi-Oh! To be, how they expect the format to shake out, what cool stuff you can do in upcoming sets. Right now, it feels like the only communication the wider player base has with Konami is that Konami contacted some content creators to make videos explaining how to get to Worlds through Master Duel 3/4 of the way through the Master Duel.
Bro, I don't think those videos even truly said how you get to Worlds. There's no way they said, hey, yeah, if you want to go to Worlds, you need to play 72 hours straight, basically, and that's how you get there.
Event in which you could get to Worlds. They're not talking to us about goals for the format. They're not talking to us about what the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to look like. They're not even fucking giving us ban list dates. Like, it's unbelievable that it says a few months from now, right? I feel like I'm going crazy. I want more than anything to hear discussion from card designers about the cards they're designing. Like Arise Heart, for instance. Is it being intentionally made the way it is? Is this gameplay loop what Konami wants? Can we expect this for the future of Yu-Gi-Oh? Is this...
Do they communicate with the community better over in the OCG? I don't know. I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no, because I do not know. We typically have some OCG experts in chat. If anyone knows, then
It's an anomaly. What's the plan? I really can't stress this enough coming from a Magic the Gathering background. The fact that we have no insight as to what the developers of Yu-Gi-Oh! Want is unbelievable. It is not common to hear radio silence from a company whose bottom line depends on the goodwill of the player base. It's weird. Which brings me to what's going to happen? Nothing. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to continue to be run in this way until it inevitably collapses in the year 2090 when cardboard becomes more precious than water. Yu-Gi-Oh! Players will put up with anything, at least in part because of creators like me who, when faced with criticism, will get out in front of it to defend the card game they love. And I don't see a way out for us either. I think if Yu-Gi-Oh! Starts losing money, Konami isn't going to restructure how the game is designed, they're going to can it. But in a best of all possible worlds, here's how it could be fixed. Print better cards. I think the cat's out of the bag when it comes to answers. When you can look at a card like Dark Ruler No More and decide that it is not the right fit for a current format, something's gone miserably wrong. Honestly, I know I'm going to get shit for this, but this is why I liked Tier. There are a significant amount of cards that you would expect against Tier to just read Win the Game, Dimension Shifter, and the like, and they just didn't. Tier was more than capable of normal summoning one tier limit monster, setting a Celiac and a Crime and passing, or making a Baguska and waiting out the Shifter activation. It was a deck that theoretically could answer anything with Engine. And as a result, games very infrequently ended with one player making some amazing board that couldn't be outed under any circumstances, and the other opening.
Bad take, IMO. This is absolutely not a bad take. Tierlament was a very healthy deck in general in terms of just good Yu-Gi-Oh! Tierlament mirror matches are good Yu-Gi-Oh! The problem with Tierlament format is that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community does not like formats where there's just one deck. Some people do, but in general, that is not a very healthy practice when it comes to a card game, and I understand that. Even though I liked Tierlament format as well, I think it is not good to have a format in a card game where there's only one viable deck, because I don't think people like when Konami tells them you have to play this deck. I don't think that's a very healthy approach. My take on Tierlament is that Tierlament was good for the game. The problem was that Tierlament was so strong, even though its interactions were healthy, the fact that it was the only option was what hurt it the most. What we needed at the time of Tierlament was other decks at the same power level without being degenerate. We needed more decks that were on the same wavelength of Tierlament, basically. Which is kind of weird because it basically means that we needed like more power creep in that sense, right? We needed other decks because what Tierlament did was basically it was so powerful that it didn't even care about certain floodgates like Shifter or whatever, because it was such a flexible deck that it could make a rank 4 Baguska to beat the Shifter decks. It had Pearl Rhino to beat floodgates and so on and so forth. It was super flexible and super adjustable to all these types of non-fun type of things. It could play around evenly. Dark Ruler wasn't good against it because you had back row. It was just overall, it even had built-in hand traps so that you wouldn't get completely like overwhelmed going second by a combo deck. You had hand traps in your engine. All those things are, I think, good ideas. I think those are good ideas. I like when they make decks that have in-engine outs to floodgates. I like that. I like when I have cards in my deck that are good going second, right? Making in-engine cards that are good going second is a good thing. It's a very powerful thing, but it's good. It's a great idea to make cards that are in your deck that are also good when you go first, but they are also good when you go second. Those are great designs. Like Havness, even though, yes, milling is kind of like not a great system, but the idea of Havness was great. Right? The idea of Havness is great. The idea of Pearl Rhino, even though Pearl Rhino is an incredibly overtuned card, the idea of Pearl Rhino is awesome. The fact that you have an in-engine card that outs floodgates is phenomenal. Those are all things that are good about Tier that people don't realize were good, because all they see is, oh, Tierlament was the best deck by far. I was forced to play it if I wanted to compete, therefore bad. Which, don't worry, I understand that. I see where you're coming from. I agree, that is a bad thing, right? Tier 0 formats can have good gameplay, but in general, I still think it's been proven time and time again that Tier 0 formats are not good. It's not a good thing if everyone is forced to play the same deck because there's too many people that don't like that. And I get that. I think that's fine. I think it's okay to have that opinion, absolutely. But still, looking at it, looking beyond that, beyond the fact that it was a tier 0 deck, Tierlist was a deck that encouraged a lot of healthy interaction, right? And so my point is, if we had Tierlist alongside other archetypes that would have been the same power level, it would have been great, right? Imagine a format where Tierlist is at full power, but there's one or two other decks that have the same power level without playing floodgates or whatever. They work differently. I don't know. It's something that doesn't exist. I can't make it up on the spot right now, but what if there were 2 or 3 other options that would have been the same power level, but just different decks, right? And that would have been great. Would love to see full power tier versus cash. What are you talking about? We had that. We had that. Toss format, basically. Toss format is a great example of this, right? Toss format had 3 or 4 really good decks that all had relatively healthy interactions with each other, and they were all almost at the same power level, and so that was a totally fine format.
The out and instantly winning the game on the spot. It sucks that it was a tier 0 format. I understand that. I think the solution is to print more archetypes that are as good as Tierlist instead of reducing the game back down to Go Fish. Anyway, it's like 2:30 a.m. now, so I'm going to wrap this up. I should note, I don't feel burnt out at all. I still love playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I have a ton of fun making the 10-minute testings, the Twitter threads, which are basically just a vehicle to reminisce about the good times we've all had playing this game, and the jank banks in which you all show me what you're excited about playing. I just can't muster the same type of excitement about the TCG right now. And that sucks because it's basically the only way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! For now. That's right, this whole thing was a promo for the rotation series coming soon! That's it. Bye-bye.
That's also some other thing I should probably add, is even though I have criticism like this about Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's not even close. I still love to play this game, and I am one of those people that I will put up with all of this stuff, right? I will put up with all of these problems and issues. I always have. I love this game too much. I love playing this game too much. I always look for the positives rather than the negatives, but I think it is important to point out the things that you don't agree with, because, like, I mean, I only do that because I care about the future of the game, right? And I think that's what people always misunderstand when they take something too personal, or when they don't like a certain critique point or whatever, is that whoever is voicing their concerns about whatever in Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's just because they want the game to be better, right? They see an opportunity on how the game could improve from their point of view, and they make that point, right? They try to, and I think we have to do that, right? We have to normalize talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! In that sort of way, because the game has been alive for a long, long time, and we want it to be alive for much longer. And even though Konami doesn't communicate much, I'm pretty sure they see what's going on. If just enough people talk about it, they will eventually see that, oh, the community that likes this type of thing, or it doesn't like that type of thing. And that's all we can hope for at this point in time, right? All we can hope for at this point in time is voicing our opinions in a reasonable manner and a human way, and then hoping they see it eventually and enough people share your opinion. You know what I mean? Everyone talks about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like this? Yes, everyone talks about Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't like the way people talk to each other usually, because you'll have people insulting each other very, very fast, I feel like, which is not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Exclusive problem. I think I think whenever, like, people take stuff way too personal, like, without actually listening to what everyone else is saying. Like Circular, look, it is actually an example of it. Like, the amount of people who just called me like a salty crybaby when I criticized Mathmech Circular is through the roof, even though I think my criticism for Mathmech Circular was very, very reasonable. I don't hate on Mathmech Circular because I just want to. I hate Mathmech Circular because of the things it represents, and the video I made, I think, made it very clear why I thought that way. I didn't hate on it for no reason, but people acted like, you know, people acted like I did. The circular thing is a joke as well as criticism. I mean, it was, I at a certain point, I took it to like a humoristic level because, you know, you hated them after that top 32 match. No, we've been talking about circular beforehand. It has nothing to do with that. So technically, we wouldn't need a ban list like yours, but just more power creep to the point where unfun cards won't work, which is more likely for Konami to do anyway. Theoretically, that could also work. Yeah, you could make, also, once again, very theoretically, you could just make decks, multiple decks that are so much more powerful than the current stuff that basically that's our new metagame. As long as those more powerful decks interact with each other in a healthy way, you know, in a fun way, it's fine. I mean, power creep is something that people always think is a completely negative thing, but at the end of the day, power creep is just a phenomenon that is a very natural thing in card games, because all it really is cards need to get better, so that people are incentivized to buy them. Right? That is all power creep is. It's a very natural thing because they want to make money. They print new cards. Those cards have to be better for you to play them, because otherwise they don't make money. If the old cards are still better, why would you get the new cards, right? Simple as that. That is power creep. It has nothing to do with the game getting better, the game getting worse. Whatever it is, there's actually, in theory, no negative connotation to power creep. It's not inherently a bad thing. It just happens to be that when the card designers are lazy, if you're lazy about creating a better card, it's very easy to create a card that's better, but it's not very easy to create a card that's better and also very fun, right? Because you can easily make a card that just says, do this or that, which basically wins you the game every time. You know, like, it's very easy to design, I don't know, evenly matched, right? But evenly matched is not a very fun card, because if you activate that card going second, you would win the game. If you draw the card going first, it's completely useless. It's not a very healthy design, right? But it's a good card. You know, it's a better card than other cards. It was power creep, but it's a bad example of power creep. But there's also plenty of good examples of power creep. But like, it's just, power creep is not inherently a bad thing. What do the words healthy interaction mean? See, that's the problem also, is that healthy is not all of these things are not very objective things, right? It's like, a lot of these things are not objective. They are highly subjective, right? Like, I mean, some people will find this or that fun, some people won't find it fun. Some people think hand traps are fun, some people think hand traps are not fun. I don't think there's not an easy definition for these type of things. The only thing we can hope for is that we as a community can agree on certain things being fun and certain things not being fun, right? I think the community has, to a large extent, agreed on the fact that cards that simply don't let your opponent play the game aren't very fun. I'm talking not only talking about floodgates, I'm also including stuff like making an unbreakable board, summoning unoutable boss monsters, or like locking your opponent out of playing whatever. I think we've, as a community, agreed on the fact that this type of stuff isn't very fun. I think we've also, for a majority, once again, the majority of Yu-Gi-Oh players, I don't think likes when it is like, you need to draw a very specific card, and if you don't draw that card, you lose the game. I don't think that's a very fun interaction for either player, and I think most people agree on that, right? The fact that, like, let's say your opponent makes a certain board, and the only card that beats it is Dark Ruler No More. I think we can agree, and everyone can see why that's not a very fun situation, because if my opponent goes first and makes that insane crazy board, let's say it's, I don't know, Super Heavy Samurai, right? They make that insane crazy board, and the only way the opponent can win is not by playing their deck, because their deck cannot play right now. Their deck has to have a card like evenly matched, maybe sphere mode or whatever. If they don't have that, they lose, and that's not going to feel good for them, right? Because from their perspective, they did not feel like they took part in the game. And they also didn't feel like they had a chance, right? Because they simply didn't draw that card, so they couldn't play with their deck. Like, it just didn't work, right? And then, if they draw the card, the super heavy samurai player is going to feel the same way. They're going to feel terrible, right? Because all they did was do their standard combo, right? Nothing, they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't do anything right either. They just did the normal stuff. And the opponent didn't really work for it as well. They didn't have to skillfully play around their board. They didn't have to maneuver what they did. They just activated Dark Ruler. And they just won because they drew Dark Ruler. So from the perspective of the super heavy samurai player, it's also not very fun. You know what I mean? So I think there's a few things like that where, of course, we don't have a definition for fun. We don't have that. We don't have a objective definition for this card is healthy, this card is unhealthy, but we can talk about these sort of things and come to a conclusion and be like, and voice our opinion and be like, hey, this sort of design I don't think is very fun, right? If you're making decks that make powerful boards, then give us, like, the decks get more and more powerful at going first these days. I don't think that decks are getting equally more powerful for going second. You know what I mean? I think that's something they should really think about more. Is I like when they make cards. I really think that is one way they could fix this. Because let me be clear, I think there are definitely ways they can fix this. But one very great way to fix this with like design space is make cards that are viable in your deck, part of your engine when you go first, but they get stronger when you go second. Great examples recently. Naturia Mole Cricket. Card is a starter card when you go first. Card is good, but card gets even better when you go second. Ecclesia. The one that special summons itself from the hand when your opponent has more monsters. Great idea, right? Haveness. Card is part of your engine, part of your deck when you go first. It's not a brick. It's just, it's better when you go second, right? It makes your deck better when you go second. Cards like that, purely, the whole deck, you know, purely is like, you have routes for going first and you have other routes for going second. These types of designs, I think, are phenomenal and should be done a lot more, right? Where, instead of having to draw or having to even put, I don't like the fact that I have to put Evenly Matched into my main deck. That's not a main deck card. Evenly Matched shouldn't be a main deck card because that card is inherently high variance and frustrating. If I go first and draw Evenly Matched, it feels awful. Whenever I won the dice roll at YCS London in a deck that had like Kurikara and Evenly in the main deck, I just had to, every time I win the dice roll, I'm like, nice, I go first, and I'm like, oh, dude, but what if I draw those cards? It feels so, it's, you know, but I have to play them because if I go second and I just play normal hand traps, they don't do enough. The decks are too powerful for that. Like, I'm not gonna Ash Cash Tira and be fine. That's not how it works. So, yeah, all that, I've been rambling again, but I love talking about Yu-Gi-Oh like that. But like, it's not hopeless, and that's why I think this is not, it's not all pessimistic. It's just pointing these things out, I think, is important to, if you're worried about the health of the game. Plus channel material. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Evenly doesn't do anything to Furniture Lab. I mean, it's not really about that. It's just that they are encouraging us to play cards that are not very fun, in my opinion. Yeah. At least for once, Konami banlist design wasn't just smash the good old decks to pieces. I will say one thing. I feel like this current ban list feels like they have at least somewhat listened to what the community wanted. And I don't often have that with ban lists in the TCG. Like, we've had good and we've had bad ban lists in the TCG, but most of the time it just feels like Konami doing its thing and kind of ignoring what everyone in the community is asking for. This time around, it felt a little bit different. There were a couple hits on the last ban list that I feel like are not typical Konami ban list hits that, you know, normally you would expect them to not touch Super Heavy Samurai and Purely yet, because those decks are very new and they wanted people to spend money on those decks, yet they did, right? I didn't personally expect them to ban a card like Cyberstein that hasn't seen play recently. The only reason that I wanted it banned was because it's a toxic card. But they still did it, right? And they have even banned stuff like Diablosis, which is like the #1 like community ask was hitting Diablosis. Branded Expulsion too is like a card that wasn't even that strong. What if Konami adjusts the game rules, like put some limitations on how many times you can special summon per turn? So theoretically, possible. We've had that happen before. That is something that I don't really have the data on. I've heard before that when they made the last new Master Rule, or the second last, the one where they limited how many times or how easy it was to summon stuff from the extra deck, I feel like overall that was not that bad of a change looking back, but I don't think it worked out that well for them because they kind of went back on it, right? I think a Master Rule change is something that's possible. The question is, do people want that? Right? Because I think there are certain concepts that could theoretically work. Like also rotation is another thing that we've talked about before that I think is something that can work to help Yu-Gi-Oh, right? But I think we are at a point with Yu-Gi-Oh where it's a little bit too late to do certain things like that, because the Yu-Gi-Oh community just likes the game as it is, right? They don't want it to change fundamentally to be basically a different game, right? I don't think they want rotation. I don't think they want new Master Rules. All we want is cool cards. I think that's what it is. We want good cards and we want good ban lists, because that's what we can realistically expect. Some people want rotation. I think the majority doesn't. I am in the camp of, I think rotation would be interesting. I think it would be worth trying, but I think it would also be, like, financially and on all the other things considered, it would probably be too risky for Yu-Gi-Oh to try that. Because what if we get rotation and then just a lot of people quit the game because they don't want rotation, and then maybe we have the greatest game ever, but no one plays it anymore? You know, what's the point? So I think there are certain topics that it's just pointless to talk about it at this point, because I don't think they will happen. And I think it's probably better if they don't. Even though I personally think the idea of a rotation is intriguing, I think it would be very interesting to see what would happen. I think it's better if they don't risk it, right? Because I think, like, whenever we talk about it, there's so many people that don't want it, that it might just be too risky. I don't want the game dying to set rotation, but then, you know. So I think what it comes down to is what I'm expecting and what I'm hoping for is just great ban list design and just better card design, right? Those are the two things. And I do think we're getting into a decent direction. I do think recently we've been getting less of those just way too powerful singular cards. We've been getting less, like, Omni Negates is something that I've been feeling like has been less relevant recently. You know, I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. I haven't actually, like, counted the number of Omni Negates, but, you know, Chaos Angel. I mean, look, Chaos Angel is a very good card, but it's not toxic. I don't think Chaos Angel is toxic at all. Like, when I'm thinking of modern Yu-Gi-Oh problems, I'm not looking at Chaos Angel. this pattern negates, but this pattern's negate is not nearly as powerful as a generic Omni negate. Because it's only, it only negates monsters, and it's only if your opponent has a banished monster. And it doesn't even destroy the card. Chaos Angel is a good example of a card that gets better going second, rather. I mean, yeah, if anything, Chaos Angel is like, okay, honestly. What I noticed recently is stat lines going up on generics. I mean, that's one other thing you can make cards better than previous cards. You don't necessarily have to give them like completely broken effects. You can also just make them stronger. Even though stats are probably the least important thingy in Yu-Gi-Oh! The least important quality of a card is its stats these days. But it is something, right? I mean, if there's some extra deck monster that's just super strong, that can also help, you know, out certain towers. Like, I think, for example, there could be... they could make a generic card that's just really, really strong. Like just an idea that I just had. They could make an extra deck monster that's like very high attack, but it doesn't deal damage to your opponent. So you can't use it to like easily kill your opponent, but you just use it to out towers monsters, right? How have they not done that? You know, how have they not just like everyone has been struggling to out a rival at Ignister, whatever other cards, and you just all you need to do is just make a freaking Link monster or whatever that's just strong AF, but it just doesn't deal damage to your opponent. Is it that hard? It can even be a freaking vanilla. Just make it a vanilla Link 2 that's just in order to me to play. Okay, how strong, chat? How strong does a vanilla Link 2 have to be? Actually, vanilla would deal battle damage. Let's say it has no effect other than it can't deal battle damage. How strong does it have to be for me to play that? I think the correct answer currently in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably 3,100, because that beats over Baron. In current Yu-Gi-Oh! That's probably where we're at. But then 3,100 wouldn't even out like towers. So it's kind of besides the point. But yeah. It's an interesting thought experiment. But yeah. I mean, overall, I think as much as Konami has proven that they can design unhealthy and unfun cards, they've also proven time and time again in the last couple years that they can create fun formats as well, right? And that's always the light at the end of the tunnel, is that for as many bad formats I can think of, I can also think of so many good formats in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's not like the last good format was like 5 years ago, right? That's just not remotely true. There's like multiple formats in the last couple years that were great, right? There's like the Spright and Tier format, like Darkwing Blast, Power of the Elements, great format. Like all those, like I didn't play through some of 2020 and 2021, but like Toss format was great. Ishizu Tier had definitely had its advantages, even though it wasn't perfect because it was Tier 0. There's a lot of great examples of good Yu-Gi-Oh! Formats. And at the end of the day, that's also very important to think about that. For all the bad examples, people always like to remember the bad things more than they like to remember the good things, but they are also there, right? They are also there, and I think Yu-Gi-Oh's future is by no means in danger. I think it's going to be fine. We're going to have good formats, we're going to have bad formats. But I think it still is important to voice your concerns so that they potentially hear them and know what you want, right? They need to know what the community wants. Whether they want to care about it or not, that's on them. But it's probably in their best interest to listen to it, right? So I think having healthy discussions like that is great. All right, that was one hell of a lunch break. That was one hell of a lunch break. That was like an hour or whatever, over an hour. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed that rambling. I like talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! If you can't tell. Anyways, we're gonna leave it here. we're gonna leave it here. We're gonna go ahead and end stream. Let me see where I send you guys to. What is Farfa doing? Oh, holy shit. Ah, the wrong. What is that? Okay. All right, we don't support that. Let me send you somewhere where they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, huh? Let me send you somewhere where they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh. I didn't know those were actual. I get those emails a lot. They're like, hey, we'll pay you this much money if you play this game on stream. I didn't know they were serious. I always ignore them because I don't want to play a game that I don't like. I don't want to advertise a game that I don't want to play myself. All right. I'm just gonna send you somewhere. Let's make someone's day with just very few viewers. But this time, chat, 2 rules, okay? 2 rules for the raid. We need to talk about this before. If they have text to speech, okay, like that one time, you don't break their stream for multiple hours by spamming something, okay? First things first. And then also, I don't know that I also, what I don't want to happen is that one time where their stream just died because I raided with too many people. Okay? I don't know how you would prevent that, but where do I go? Where do we go, chat? I want somewhere English. They're playing Melfi's. They're based. We go there. All right. All right, chat. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Everyone follow the channel if you're not followed yet. Also, Falcon Ace, thank you for the last minute Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 8 months. I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all